Well, good morning, everyone. I want to call this meeting to order, the Executive Policy Committee meeting for Tuesday, September the 17th, 2024. I want to welcome everybody and acknowledge today that we are Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu and Dakota peoples, the national homeland of the Red River Métis, and that our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 in Treaty 3 territory. Joined today by my council colleagues on the Executive Policy Committee, Councillors Brawadi, Duncan, Lukes, Rollins, and a special welcome to Councillor Vivian Santos, who has joined our committee, and this is her first public Executive Policy Committee meeting. Glad to have you, Councillor Santos. Also joined today by members of our public service, including our interim CEO, Mr. Sherwood Armbruster, and other members of the public service as well, our clerks, Kate McMillan and Jade Noctegal, and members of our staff. And throughout the meeting today, as needed, members of the public service will be coming forward to provide insight and answer some questions. We have really a two-part agenda here today. The first part of our meeting is a public hearing, which we are going to commence in just a moment. And then following that, we'll have delegations. We have several delegations we're going to hear regarding the rest of the agenda items today. And so I'm going to turn it over then to our clerk to begin to walk us through the steps of the public hearing.
Okay. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it is your opportunity to speak. However, you are not obligated to do so. For more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be part of the public record. So, item 1 is a secondary plan amendment to complete Communities Direction Strategy Bylaw 119 of 2020 at northeast corner of King Edward Street and Jefferson Avenue under file SPA 3 of 2024. Please note that an additional communication was received in support of the matter, which has been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support, those in opposition, and those registered for information. And I'll just pass it over to planning for an overview of the application.
Please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Evan Allen. I'm a planner in the Long Range Division, speaking towards this Complete Communities Direction Amendment for SPA 3 2024. So the applicant has proposed to make an amendment to Complete Communities, which was previously adopted in 2022. We're seeking to redesignate approximately 48 acres of land located northeast corner, the intersection of Jefferson Avenue and King Edward, and they're seeking to go from new community to recent community to allow for the development of a future residential neighborhood. So there is a little bit of history towards this application that I'll kind of run over. We can talk a little bit more in detail about the application itself. So as early as the 1960s and up to the most recent Transportation Master Plan, the city had always identified an approximate location for a westerly extension of Chief Peguis Trail. That location and the future roadway formed a boundary for several of the neighborhoods in Northwest Winnipeg, including several of the newer neighborhoods here, including Waterford Green and several areas in the Maples as well. In 2019, however, the city concluded a functional design for Chief Peguis Trail for this area, which resulted in a realignment of the road, moving a particular stretch of the road north to align with the future connection of Centerport Canada Way in the arm of Rosser. So essentially what this did is the previous alignment that hugged close to the boundary of all the existing neighborhoods had been moved north. This effectively opened up several land in between that no longer had a boundary condition attached to it. So it presented a few issues for the area, but also presents an opportunity for future development. As well, as part of the functional design, there was a series of collector roads that were included, which provided connection to existing roads in the area, including Dr. Jose Rizal Way and Lila Avenue as well. You can see a diagram of this on page 14 of the report as well. Lost my train here. Furthermore, in this area, there is some latent capacity for additional servicing. It is limited in its scope, but there is additional capacity for servicing in the area. So under the current Complete Communities Direction Strategy, the area is designated as new community. These are typically large, undeveloped areas of the city that have been identified for future urban development and not currently served by a full range of municipal services. So prior to any subdivision or rezoning in this area, typically what needs to occur is a secondary plan needs to be adopted. This area is also identified as part of Precinct B, and that is identified in the Greenfield Phasing Plan as a Tier 4 or short to medium priority area. Policy 4.5 in CCDS indicates that planning for precincts should not commence for lower tier lands until plans for all higher priority lands have at a minimum been initiated. And currently, Precinct D, which is shown in Figure 3 of the report, has a slightly higher priority but has not initiated a planning process as of yet. In order to see development occur in the area, as indicated, first a CCDS amendment would be required, as well as an amendment to the Waterford Green secondary plan area, and then subsequently a subdivision and rezoning. And the charter now requires that all secondary plans must be enacted through bylaw, and so as such, the Waterford Green secondary plan would then need to be converted to a statutory bylaw as well. Historically, the public service has not been in support of expanding development into undeveloped precincts. However, given the unique context of this site and the availability of local servicing and no required capital expenditure on the part of the city, as well as a significant demand for new housing in the area and across the city, the public service was amenable to further discussion on the proposal with the applicant. And it was determined that the application could proceed in collaboration with the city. So we have entered into a terms of reference with the applicant towards the completion of this project. The terms of reference that we have signed on December 11th, 2023 outlines the expected process as well as expectations for communication, stakeholder and public engagement, dispute resolution, as well as roles and responsibilities. So in summary, there's certainly a demand for growth in the area. There is servicing available for the proposed development for 48 acres. There's no expected capital expenditure required as well. So it would seem fairly straightforward. However, we have to be cognizant of some of the requirements of CCDS that asks us to look a little bit closer at our greenfield land. To that, there are specific criteria that concerns deviations from our greenfield phasing plan. However, these are specifically regarded with regard to growth enabling infrastructure, which is not a requirement in this case. So typically, we would want to see that growth enabling infrastructure in place before we would see any kind of deviation or we would see planning kind of come forward. But in this specific example, there is servicing available, so that's not being factored in here as well. As mentioned, we've entered into the terms of reference, and it is somewhat of a rather complex process, but it begins with an amendment to Complete Communities. Should that move forward, we would then need to convert the existing non-statutory secondary plan for Waterford Green, also known as Precinct C. That would need to be converted into a bylaw, at which point we would then add the proposed lands to that secondary plan and go through the standard secondary planning process, and a subdivision and rezoning would follow thereafter. So a little bit of a complex process, but it's all been worked out and is in our terms of reference with the applicant. There were no other comments from any additional city departments for the proposed application. There was a public open house that was held earlier this year to receive any communication on the matter. It was generally supportive of the proposed amendment as well. All the proposed amendments being today, considered today to CCDS are mapping amendments and noted in your package as well. And then if approved by council, the proposed amendment would result in the following changes. These are all mapping changes. So we would redesignate the subject lands from new community to recent community in the urban structure map. We would remove the subject lands from precinct B on the map of Greenfield phasing. That would be map 3. We would remove the lands from the map of new communities, that would be map 9, and remove the subject lands from the map of precincts, and then we would add the subject lands to the map of established communities on map 11. So generally, the public service is supportive of the proposed amendments and the continuation of the process outlined in the terms of reference with the applicant.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions for further clarity. So then if this proceeded, then you're saying it would be removed from B and become C, part of C?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then you indicated there's servicing available. Is there capacity available?
Yes, there is capacity.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, further questions for clarity before we proceed? Councillor Rollins?
Page 19 contains, the second last paragraph contains something that I think is of vital importance given the experience of the Winnipeg School Division in Waterford Green. And that's that, you know, as a paragraph that says, as proposed, the current road network does not provide a collector road through the development. The provision of turning radius for school buses and other large vehicles is an important feature of new communities and is not currently demonstrated here. The next paragraph also music to my ears around the community energy investment roadmap. But talk to me about you know, what's contained on page 19. You did a little bit by introducing it and say there's more work to be done. We've got a terms of reference.
Yep.
There's not a subdivision here, but talk to me about that because I don't want to ever repeat Waterford Green where sidewalks, children, school buses and more were not considered and where we built an incomplete community.
Absolutely. So we did include, you know, a section here on the conceptual subdivision that was provided to the public service as part of this. We wanted to ensure that some of our comments, you know, were noted and on the public record with some of the things that we've been considering as well. We are currently working with the applicant towards their subdivision plan. You know, pending you know, approval, we would be working quite diligently with them towards the future SPA and DIS in that regard. Several you know, pages of comments have been provided to the applicant in that regard, and we've made it quite clear in the language of the terms of reference that, you know, prior to a secondary plan amendment, you know, coming forward, we would need to see some of these aspects being accommodated in the design itself. That being said, you know, that would be an additional process. There would be an additional hearing that would govern some of these issues, and that's part of the reason why you know, we had arranged for this process to occur in this manner, that we would be able to capture, you know, this addition under a planning process, have it be an amendment to an existing secondary plan, making that plan a statutory bylaw, and so forth. So there is still a process to come, but we're also working on that with the applicant as well.
Thank you. Councillor Lutz?
So then I guess to my question also, this will be worked through, and it's related to park space and ensuring, I mean, linear parks are great, but we learned a lot through phase 1 in Manitoba Housing's development of Bridgewater Forest, where we've got 20% more green space, but we can't even put in a pleasure rink because we have an incredible network of pathways, we have an incredible forest, but we need to ensure that the park space has play surface and play area. But from what I'm hearing and what I understand is that will get percolated out when you have future meetings.
Yeah, it's been flagged. We've been working quite closely with Parks Group on this matter. They've also raised similar concerns, so I anticipate that will be worked on quite diligently. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll move into those, I guess, in the process and support and opposition for information.
Okay, we have the applicant here with us today, Jeff Pratt from Landmark Planning and Design.
Hello, everyone.
Mr. Pratt, go ahead.
Good to be here today. I just have a brief presentation, if you don't mind me throwing that up. Yeah, no, it's, you never know anytime when someone else has equipment. Yeah, perfect. Oops, that's not. Okay, yeah, all good, thanks. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
Then just while we're waiting, we only have one other person registered in support, so Carolina Herrera Garza, if you wanted to come down, if you do want to speak to the committee, if you wanted to come down and just be ready.
Carolina wasn't able to make it today.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Thanks. Okay, that's great. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. My name is Jeff Pratt with Landmark Planning and Design. Very interesting, unique day today. I've been doing this for about 15 years, never had a hearing at EPC before, so that's kind of fun. Not every day I get to present to the mayor as well, so that's fun. Thank you all. I have a bit of a presentation, but I couldn't summarize things better than Mr. Allen did. He hit all the high notes. Really, this is a unique case where there's latent servicing capacity available in the Waterford Green network that already exists, and the realignment of the Chief Peguis Trail and the future Collector Road network kind of provides a far more logical northern boundary for Waterford Green than currently exists. So, we've been working with the administration on this for quite some time. I have emails dating back to 2017, and I know there's some talk before that. So it's exciting to finally be here at this point. The landowners, future development proponents of this area were involved in Waterford Green, and are excited to see this as a northward extension of that existing neighborhood. I'll just clarify one thing to Councillor Rollins' comments. I think the instances with the sidewalks and the buses and everything, that's actually in Castleberry Meadows, not Waterford Green, if we're thinking about it. Both? Okay. So, but regardless, the concept plan that was put into this application package is just that. It was a concept plan to help envision what might fit into that area, and there's going to be a lot of work put into tailoring that as we move into the DAZ stage. So yeah, really, it's the alignment of the future roads and the existing capacity that are the unique factors for this. I don't want to rehash everything that Mr. Allen said, but this is a good opportunity to see Waterford Green expand northward, provide some much-needed housing in this area that has seen a lot of demand, and we. Really, that kind of shows the map change. There's a tiny little chunk that would be moved from Precinct B into Precinct C, the Waterford Green area. So with that, I do think that this presents a good opportunity for the city to use existing servicing capacity, provide some new housing without having to have any capital investment from the city. To Councillor Lukes' comment, we did receive comments from the Parks Department asking for some specific asks in what the PR areas would look like, and we are going to work on accommodating those into the future DAZ concept that's put forward. So as noted by the administration, there's going to be two more pieces to this puzzle, updating the Precinct C Waterford Green secondary plan and making it statutory, and then coming through with the DAZ subdivision and rezoning process in the future. We had public engagement. The comments we received from the public more so related to the actual neighborhood design versus this amendment. So we indicated to all stakeholders that we will be coming out to them again when we have a design to share. And yeah, with that, I don't want to take up more time than necessary, but happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Good to see you. You talked about a concept plan. and that there is significant demand for housing in the Waterford Green area, the whole northwest quadrant of Winnipeg, southwest quadrant of Winnipeg, northeast quadrant of Winnipeg, south, like, there's demand for housing all across our city. Ballpark, rough numbers, conceptually, what do you envision this large piece of property, 40-plus acres, could accommodate as far as the number of housing units and population capacity, but ballpark?
So the number of units is completely driven by that amount of latent capacity that's available. So depending on the final concept, probably be about 400-ish units. The concept that was put in had 160 single-family homes. 240-ish single-family homes and a multifamily parcel that could accommodate about 160. So the interesting thing is in this area, there is a really strong demand for the single-family homes because there are more multi-generational households and stuff up in this area. So compared to some other areas of Winnipeg, there still is that very strong demand for the single-family. But as we move into that refined neighborhood layout, that can change a little bit. That concept that was put together is now about 8 years old, so it will need to be refined according to the market, but about 400-ish units, give or take, could be accommodated in this area.
Which equates to ballpark population-wise?
Let's say 1,500-ish people, perhaps. Yeah.
Okay. Recognizing it has to be, as you say, refined and revisited because it's a bit...
Yeah, and I think in this part of town, the people per household is a little higher than in some other areas of town as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Pratt? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation today.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Thanks.
Okay, is there anyone here in support of the application that wishes to speak to the committee? Seeing none. Anyone in opposition or for information? Okay. No one else registered to speak, so we can move into motions unless there are questions for the public service.
Okay, any questions for the public service at this time, or can we roll into motions? Okay, Councillor Rollins, would you like to move this matter?
I would.
I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, carried.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, carried.
I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forwarded to council. In terms of supportive reasons, our focus is on housing, and we're running out of room to build. This has servicing and a plan that has been successful that people have moved into and want to continue to, given the demand. And so for the supportive reasons outlined in the report by the Public Service, so moved.
All those in favor, aye. Opposed, carried.
Finally, I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded with thanks to all the parties, including the Public Service, for that excellent summary.
All those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, carried. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
Thank you. That concludes the public hearing. We will now, Councillor, do we need a motion on receiving the minutes of the previous meeting?
I've got three motions here for you.
Okay, Councillor Brawadi.
I'll move
Go.
adoption of the minutes of the meetings from July 9th and July 12th.
All those in favor, aye. Opposed, carried.
I'd move suspension of the rules for the addendum reports from the SPC on Public Works, Property Development, and Finance and Economic Development.
All those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, carried.
And I also move suspension of the rules to hear additional delegations, Grand Chief Jerry Daniels and Jim Ludlow.
All those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, carried. Thank you very much. Moving on now to delegations, and I'm going to turn to the clerk, but we are going to begin with Grand Chief Jerry Daniels. I believe I saw the Grand Chief here.
So first up is Grand Chief Jerry Daniels from Southern Chiefs Organization to be heard in support of report number 4. And Following Grand Chief Daniels, we'll hear from Councillor Gilroy.
Good morning, Grand Chief. Good to see you.
Morning,
Welcome.
Mayor. Morning, councillors. How are you?
Good thing.
Bonjour. Here speaking, obviously about the Portage Place development, and in this case with SCO's partnership that we've established, the housing. We all know the challenges that we're facing here in Winnipeg. This is a community-driven project. It's about investing in Winnipeg. As partners, neither of us are going anywhere. Our people are here. We're going to be here for the long haul. We're not from out of the province. We've been born and raised. Our families are here. We have a vested interest in the long-term success of the city and the province. Yesterday, I was touring the HBC, or with the RBC at Wewena, our building that's not far away. And I was proud to say that over 80% of the workers there right now, which is about 130 on average, are Indigenous workers. And, True North and SCO have the same commitment to economic reconciliation. And I just want to leave it there and say that I met with some of the workers that were on site, and they came up to me and they shook my hand and they thanked me and they said, many of the people who are working at the Wewena right now were homeless people who are struggling in the streets. And that was, I think, the biggest impact for me yesterday. And I turned to my staff and I said, this is the story that needs to be told. People who've been living on the streets, who are struggling in their personal lives with their families, having a place that can support and create opportunity for them. And I think that was the biggest. And I say that in that it is making housing, it's tackling a housing issue, but it's also creating a jobs issue for our people and the training and the experience and create stability in the lives of those citizens. So, and 80% are Indigenous people. And so I don't think there's another project that we can even point to that has that kind of Indigenous participation. And that's because we've made it our goal to ensure that, we were able to maximize that level of participation. And so we held, our firms accountable for that. And so I wanted to share that with you because I think it's an important story about what the partnership is going to continue to look like going forward.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Council.
Any questions for the Grand Chief at all?
Yeah.
Good. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very much.
Okay, next up is Councillor Gilroy from the Daniel McIntyre Ward to be heard with respect to the following reports. EBC Report 4, 5, 9, 13, and 14.
Morning, Councillor.
Good morning. Sorry, I have quite a bit today. I just want to thank and welcome to Councillor Santos. It's our very first meeting, so congratulations on that. First, I'd like to, on item number 4, I would like to provide my support as the area councillor for the Portage Place redevelopment. I think it's going to be a real big asset and really going to reinvent our downtown, so I'm very excited to see what can come from that. I just want to ensure that I did see in there that community space is in there, which is really, really important, but I also want to make sure that we can access it at all times. So whoever's going to be managing that space, we have to make sure, things don't end at 5 o'clock. We have to make sure that we can access that community space if we want to host community meetings. I think that's really critical for the community within the Central Park area and within the downtown to have a community space. So thank you very much, and I'm really looking forward to this. I think what's going to be even more transformative is people being able to access Edmonton Street all the way down across Portage. That barrier won't be there anymore. It's going to be a very great partnership and a great project, and so looking forward to that. Item number 5, I am in support of the fair living wage. We've talked about it at quite length, so I won't get too much into it. I just really want us to move forward with it. So council has voted in favor of it. Now it's time for us to keep moving the ball forward and moving forward with that. Item number 9 is the general councillor the General Council of Winnipeg, and I just want to really support that. I'm really taking a deep dive into my community centers right now and finding that we're really lacking fundamental funding in these community centers. So for example, my community center, it has one board, but 3 different locations, and it can only apply for 1 grant. Right now, we've taken away funding for janitor support, which really, we're trying to make sure that there's, more than 1 person working at the center. And of course, I'm even supplying a little bit of support for to get a recreational programming in there, which I see is in this in General Council's ask of council. They do the work of the city. Right? When we're looking at community centers, they're doing work that in other places around the globe, the cities are actually doing. So we have to make sure that we're funding them appropriate so they can do that work. And so a lot more needs to go into this, so I just want to support the work that they're doing. I would like, on item number 13, I would like that is about the grants. So I know that there's another community or organizations, I think, that are here that are going to be coming to speak on this as well, so I'll keep mine brief. I really would like to see this go to into the multi-budget review to make sure that that community organizations have time to implement any kind of necessary changes. I think it needs to be clear and concise what we are asking when people are applying for grants. And I also wanted to make sure that we do provide guarantee funding for 4 years. I think that would be very ideal to support local community organizations, and also that funding can be used for staff members. You can't provide program without the staffing, and that's critical. And if we really need them to do that, we need to make sure that we're providing that support. We need a matrix so we can understand how these grants are given. And I really want to make sure that the general councils of community centers are kept separate. I don't want this to be all pocketed together. The General Councils of Community Center is our responsibility. It is our core responsibility, and I want to make sure that that's kept out of any kind of funding arrangements that are made in terms of grants. They can be listed, but I don't want them to be lumped in, because I think it's critical if there's changes to that grant structure, we know that where our community programming is sitting. So I just want to make sure that that's really, really clear. Item number 14 is remote participation. And this is something that I really strongly believe in. We are changing as a city. We need to have the ability to be able to have meetings online. And these are council seminars. These aren't formal meetings. A lot of us, when we're not here, during days that we're not here, we're in the community and we're in meetings with people. So we have to make sure that we can still be able to access the ability to access the information that is needed while being able to carry on our different duties, along with just making sure that we're also understanding that some people are parents and they have to be able to travel kids back and forth. Now I know that there was concerns about divulging information. Well, we can make it so that on certain proprietary information that we have to come in. So HR matters, or say we're dealing like the issue, I'm just going to say Portage Place or something that had proprietary information, we would have to come in. But a lot of the stuff that we do have council seminars on really don't require us to keep things too much, like to keep it a secret or anything like that. And quite frankly, we do have our integrity commissioner that watches all that. So I think that we could have a lot more educational opportunities if we were to allow this ability for us to be able to virtually do it. And also to just our own staff. Like think about the amount of traffic we create, the amount of carbon footprint we're creating by having people come back and forth from City Hall. it really worked well in COVID. And quite frankly, as somebody of ADHD, so I'd like to pop in when I get excited and want to ask a question. But in COVID, we had to put it in the chat, and that really helped, right? It helped keeping everything on time as well, which I think was really, really great for all of us. And, you know, just being able to have the ability to take these meetings wherever we're at is really critical for us to do our work. So I want to encourage you, if you are worried about certain information, then, you know, those ones people have to come in for. But a lot of the council seminars, it's just knowledge-based. It's things we really need to know, and quite frankly, I think is important. I haven't been able to access that because I've been told that I can't when I've been away. So I want to make sure that we have that opportunity. So I want to push for that. I think it's really important. It's an educational piece for all of us councillors. I just want to make sure, did I cover it all? I think I covered it all. Yep, I did.
Okay,
So,
thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Giroux, any questions for our colleague at all? Okay, thanks for taking time to
Thanks.
be
Have
here.
a good day.
You too, have a great day.
Okay, our next delegation, Councillor Eady, is unfortunately no longer able to be with us this morning, so we'll move on to Betty Adele and Jackie Hunt from End Homelessness Winnipeg with respect to report number 6. And then following Betty and Jackie, we'll hear from Laura Messman. So Laura, if you want to come down to the bench.
Good morning to both of you and welcome again. Good to see you again. We'll give you a minute to set your presentation up here.
We have a binder. We're going to go old school too.
I like old school. It's great.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for having us here today. Like Betty said, we have a binder. We got laughed at a little bit at work, but we're good with that. I'm Jackie Hunt. I am the Senior Director of Strategy and Impact with End Homelessness Winnipeg.
And I'm Betty Dowell, the Senior Director of Housing Supports at End Homelessness Winnipeg.
Yeah, Jason Whitford, our CEO, was hoping to be here, but he had some pre-scheduled vacation time out of the country, and so he sends his regrets for today. We have a lot we want to cover in a really short time. We recognize we have less than 10 minutes, so if there's any questions at the end, please feel free to ask. Is there a clicker for this?
Yeah. Is there a remote to?
Does your toggle, there we go.
Okay, I'll just do it manually here. So we're going to talk just a little bit about this is our 5th year of our 5-year plan to report on the 7 targets for the City of Winnipeg. It started in 2019 and it concluded this spring or the summer, I guess. We have a little bit of a different schedule. We're going to just quickly talk about some of the work of the 4 key pillars. We'll look at very briefly the street census that's coming up, CMHB, HIFIS, Nadamuscauquin, and Reaching Home. I'll just quickly talk about our person-centered supports that we have. This is a new role that we created. It's some of the pillar work that we do. I think it's some of the most important work that we're seeing, particularly when we talk about outreach and encampments. So the work of this program is the emergency response, including building closures and emergency weather response, the Giziwata Sea Wind Service Expo, which just happened on Friday, and probably the most important piece that Vince is working on right now is the outreach mapping project, which will lead us into a revamp of the Kikinana-Oma unsheltered strategy, which needs a look at. So quickly, in terms of building closures, we've had a significant number of building closures over the past year due to fire, flooding, public health orders, unsafe building conditions, and as a result of sale, we feel some illegal and legal. Our job is really to ensure individuals are rehoused through a coordinated approach. We do this with community partners. We do this with Omar's team from the City of Winnipeg. The biggest challenge that we've had is the access to housing, and it's it's a theme today. And so we always try and ensure that somebody has a safe roof over their head. It sometimes involves putting people in hotels for a minimum amount of time, but we have seen lately people going back to shelter and even into encampments. In terms of the emergency response, the weather, extreme weather, we want to make sure that our relatives are safe and not negatively impacted in terms of when it's too hot or too cold. We have a fund that organizations can access so that we can make sure that we're providing the services and requirements that they need for that. And we work with a large group of community partners to ensure that we are responding to this plan effectively. I'm not sure if any of you have heard, but we did the Giziwa-to-Seawin Service Expo on Friday at Niditawaymak. 70 service providers showed up to provide services to over 1,200 relatives, anywhere from foot care to MPI showed up and did identification cards, eyeglasses. It was a really wonderful experience for these folks. We made it a fun day and a celebratory day. We had entertainment and food, and there's lots of news reports out there. If you missed it, please take a look at it. It's some of the good that we're seeing in our otherwise. Sometimes the news isn't always reflective of the efforts being made. The outreach mapping is probably the most important thing we're seeing right now. We are trying to assess what outreach teams are doing, what their philosophies are, what the gaps and challenges might be, and so the intent is to try and find a more improved coordinated process of our outreach process in the homeless serving sector. And then once that is done, we know that the Kikinana Oma Unsheltered strategy needs a revamp. And so we want to bring the group together after this outreach mapping is done because we think it's a critical component to that.
So I'd just like to talk a little bit about our prevention work. We've worked on a Right to Home project. It was launched in March 2024 to prevent homelessness among youth exiting CFS. We have some data requests into Manitoba families because we want to work with the province on this. Our hope is to have this done by April 2025. We're working with provincial corrections. We're in women's now. We hope to move into Headingley men's. So we've had 32 participants in the workshops. 10 of them we connected to Nadamuskakawin, which is our coordinated access. So we're trying to prevent people from exiting corrections into houselessness. So that's what we're doing there. And we just finished a partnership with the March of Dimes and the U of M on acquired brain injury. So what they found out was at least 75% of the people who are experiencing houselessness on the streets have some form of acquired brain injury. And that's really important to know because when you're developing housing, you need to also make sure you have the proper supports that connect with it. We're doing a big project coming up, Duty to Assist. That will be happening in October of this year. We wanted to really look at youth homelessness because under At Home Chez Soi, if you looked, 55% of the adults who were in that work first experienced houselessness as a youth, and 55% were involved in the child welfare system. So if you want to end houselessness, let's get upstream and let's work with youth and prevent them from being traumatized and being released to the streets. So what we're doing on that is system change. We're having a big gathering. We've invited the four levels of government. We've invited the youth. We've invited direct service workers. It's going to be a 1 evening and 2-day event at Sergeant Tommy Prince. So thank you to the city for letting us use that space.
All right. Housing supply, we just wanted to talk a little bit about this. One of the 7 targets was that there was a goal of 1,345 new housing units by 2025. You can see by the tracking table on your screen that some of them we have exceeded and some of them, for example, rooming houses, there's been a loss of 107 units there. This was created in 2019. The numbers up from there, we know a significant number of things have happened. We've had a pandemic. We've had an economic downturn. We've had a housing crisis that we are continuing in. And we have improved data collection now. So we are undertaking the process of going through a new housing supply scan with this piece as we go. Just go to this. Next screen. Just a couple of remarks I want to make based on the CMHC rental market report from this year. The vacancy rate, as I'm sure many of you know, is one of the lowest in Canada. It's 1.8%, which we also know drives up the price of rents of the units. So the average two-bedroom unit currently is going for, on average, $1,427 per month, which is up 4.4% from last year. And so when you look at what folks that are on rent assist are getting, they're getting $638 with a CMHB top-up of $350. It still doesn't reach that attainable two-bedroom amount. And so we have to be really mindful of this, and I'm really glad we're talking about housing and homelessness today for more than just us. So what our housing supply pillar is working on right now is a cost avoidance model. Very simply, it's what is the cost of keeping a person in homelessness versus keeping a person sheltered. And the last numbers that we had, it was about $42,000 to keep someone unsheltered and about $22,000 to keep them in a sheltered environment. The Housing Accelerator Fund, we work really closely with Lissy's team and Greg, and it's a wonderful kind of partnership. Our role is really just to engage with nonprofit and Indigenous housing providers so that we can help inform the work that Lissy's doing, and it's fantastic, and we can't say enough about that team. I've already mentioned that we're doing a comprehensive housing scan. It should be ready in January. I'm going to push it and say it'll be ready by the end of the fiscal year. But basically what it will do is make sure that we have a really clear understanding of what our housing needs are based on the data that we have today.
So we just wanted to quickly invite the councillors who want to show up. We're going to have the point-in-time street census, so people who want to volunteer and come out, we'd greatly appreciate that. Just quickly wanted to talk about CMHB numbers. That's really been in the news lately. Just want to let you know that we're at 3,800 plus people, and since it's been on hold, we're over 400 people. We're still accepting applications, so we know that that is really impacting people and being able to be housed in the city. And 35 seconds left. Just really want to talk about, and I know I brought this up before, that we're really trying to move HIFIS provincially. So we hired a consultant. We have the first draft done. Plan is to finish it by the end of September. It's going to go to the province. We're hoping to merge all the data collection systems across the province.
And we just have one slide left, so I see we're just about out of time here. And the Reaching Home funding as well, we've done as well this year. So really, what we want to finalize by saying is, we appreciate the opportunity to come here today. Can I just finish?
Sure, yeah, extension of a minute to.
Yep, that's all we need.
All in favor, aye. Opposed, carry on, Jack.
Perfect. So currently, the City of Winnipeg funds End Homelessness Winnipeg to the tune of $150,000 per year. We know that to truly address homelessness, we need to follow models that properly are funded. Many of us have been to Houston. We've seen that model. We've seen what coordinated response and coordinated funding looks like. And so we're asking all of our funders to try and look at what that might look like for us to really support the homelessness sector in the work that we do. Homelessness is not a one-size-fits-all problem. It's driven by a combination of factors. And so we want to continue to do this work. We love the work that we do. It's a complex situation, and we do many, many things, but we're very proud of the work that End Homelessness has done along with the team. So thank you for your time, and if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate your presentation, the work that you and the entire team do. Pass our hellos to Jason as well on behalf of all of us. Just a couple of questions related to, you've pointed some of these things out, but related to your presentation on attachment 1 in the report. It's kind of the charts and tables. The goal in 2019, again, 5-year plan, as you said, Jackie, well said. So much has changed since 2019. Our environment has changed in many, many ways. The goal was to house 1,519 people experiencing absolute homelessness or provisionally housed. Your total, in fact, was closer to 3,000, so almost double that. But it does flex from year to year, right? So, from 714 in 2019, 2020, and down 471. 716, 2022 to 23, but then last year, 23 to 24, 580. Can you just give the reasons why it kind of goes up and down? I mean, we could probably, take a pretty good educated guess as to why the variation year over year? Is it related to the number of units, housing units available? Is that why it drops? Or just maybe talk about why those numbers kind of are sometimes so up and down? Thank you.
Yeah, well, part of it is the housing, and part of it is in housing, it's not just a linear journey. I mean, you can get housed and then maybe something happened and then you lose your housing, or maybe you had to go back to your home community for a while and help out there. So there's a lot of migrancy that takes place. So it's a lot of reasons why that happens. It could also be tracking the people down, because it's hard if you don't have a phone or any place you can connect with people to say, hey, I found you a place, can we move, right? So there's lots of reasons for that. But again, it's part of, even with the CMHB, even with us contributing to utility.
CMHB is?
Oh, sorry, the Canada Manitoba Housing Benefit.
Thank you.
Even with that, even with EIA, Rent Assist, Canada Manitoba Housing Benefit, a little bit towards utilities, it is still not enough money to cover the rent, so.
Thank you. My final question is just, there's certainly a broad diversity of individuals who, for various reasons, find themselves unsheltered, unhoused, homeless. There's a variety of ways to say it. Maybe just talk about what you've seen related to the number of individuals who would identify as refugees to the country, really ending up in a situation where they're unhoused or homeless. Just have you seen a growth in that number?
Yes, there's been a massive increase. I was asking about why some of that is, and some of it is that they're hearing that that the province can help them get jobs quicker. So there's some of it is internally in Canada. People are moving from other provinces to come here. I think part of it is we don't have enough resources to support them, so it's really being overwhelmed at the shelters. A lot of people, English is a second language. A lot of people are trying to get their refugee status. There's just so much happening, trying to stabilize people, try to get them the legal support they need, because there's timelines for everything. So there's just so much happening that's going on.
Okay, thank you. My final question then is, I should say, is in your point of time count that it's coming up in November, at that time, will you be asking, do you ask people to identify, or give them the opportunity to identify so that we have a sense of a bit of a, not to categorize people, but have a sense of, if we can collect the data as most, with as much data as possible, we can perhaps better address situations. So I'm wondering if, for example, we're asking people to identify as, refugee, if
Yeah.
you do that and other things.
So just so you know, yeah, we haven't finished developing all the questions. There's some that are mandatory.
Yeah.
But we're putting together questions like, what do we need to know in Winnipeg? What's going on here? How can we collect that information? So we are getting input from the province. I don't know if anyone from the city has emailed in some questions, but we're doing it collectively to make sure we have a really good understanding.
Yeah.
Because we only do it every 2 years, so we really need to get a good understanding.
Thank you. Questions? Anyone else? Councillor Rollins?
A question on the CMHB. Obviously, the portable shelter benefits play such a huge role, and it's kind of yin to our yang, but we rely on the Department of Housing or the Housing and Addictions and Homelessness Department, and to deliver it, or Employment Income Assistance to deliver it, i.e. the provincial government. You play a role in that, including a role well, I'd ask if you could describe your role and what you play in that, because, when the temporary pause button hits, I do think it's only a matter of time that the city feels it in different ways, whether that is increased pressure in the shelter system, or people and programs being at risk and people ending up again on the street. Can you talk about, your role and the impacts that you feel that you're going to see right away here?
Or that we are seeing
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. So our role is, when this was first developed, we went to the province and asked them if End Homelessness Winnipeg could operate the homelessness stream. So that's under my portfolio. That's what I am doing. I can tell you, initially it was a slow uptake, but we're at 3,800 plus people now that we give rent subsidies to. So I just want to be clear, anyone who is receiving a rent subsidy right now will continue to receive it. It's a yearly renewal. Anyone who will still qualify under being renewed will still receive it. So it's not going to impact those people. Where the impact will come in, we're over 400 now. We're still doing intake. The province has said that we do intake, so we still are. We are, as soon as we get the forms, in the hope that temporary will be short. We are processing the applications as we get them, so as soon as we get a go, we can move immediately. So I guess what we're noticing out there, and I do want to honor the province, that we're in communication, like we've set up SharePoint, and we're in communication daily. I want to honor them. When I phone at 7:30 in the morning about an issue, they answer the phone, and we discuss it. So even though I hear them eating breakfast, I'm guessing they're still at home and Betty's calling. But I just want to make sure that that we're mindful that some people have gone to landlords thinking that they're going to get the Canada Manitoba housing benefit, and landlords have accepted them under that belief. So we're very mindful that we need to really push that forward. And what I've reminded people is we live in Winnipeg and winter's coming. So we need to figure out. So I do want to honor the province. I'm probably in communication at least 5 or 6 times a day, and we're trying to figure out, okay, what short term can we do for this group of people so we can move it. So.
Councillor Rollins?
So with respect to the people and the groups, can you give a number on that? You know, you mentioned that you have 400 applications that have come in since the temporary pause. What is the population you have now? What is the temporary pause numbers? And then can you anticipate what the churn is, i.e. how many you're going to get in the same amount of time? It's only been a couple of weeks since the pause has held, so.
Well, we average, before the temporary pause, 100 applications minimum a week. So that has really not slowed down. And like I said, we're at 3,800 people, families, individuals in there. I think part of what we're starting to track is, because before it was temporary closed, there was an opening for people who were self-employed, then the Quet people, the Ukrainian people, then some of the categories under refugees. So we're starting to just keep track of what's going on there.
100 a week is 5,200 a year. So at 3,800.
At minimum.
Yeah. At 3,800, you're still lower than what your churn is. So is that the financial goal then? Is that the aim?
I cannot speak for the province. I have no idea what their financial.
But you manage this on behalf of the province, so you must.
So
have
we're,
thought.
on average, we're giving out just a little bit under $1 million a month in rent subsidies.
Thank you very much.
So it's a big deal. It's a massive, big deal, what has happened here.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Do you have anything further? No? Okay, thank you for your presentation today and your work. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, our next delegation is Laura Messman, Executive Director of General Council of Winnipeg Community Centres, to be heard in support of report number 9. And following Laura, we'll hear from Kate Kaler.
Good morning, welcome, good to see you.
Hi, good morning. Good to see you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Good morning, members of the public service. Also, guests in the chamber, welcome. Just a quick thank you to Councillor Gilroy for her support, and I also wanted to acknowledge the great work that End Homelessness Winnipeg does. Thank you so much. I'm pleased to be here today. Annually, the General Council of Winnipeg Community Centres is required to present to you our 3-year business plan. And the business plan, in partnership with Community Services, has been provided. And I'll be honest, much of what we do every year does not change. We're here to provide support and guidance to the 63 City of Winnipeg community centres. We have an amazing team in our office, small but mighty. We're dedicated to helping our volunteers and community center staff to deliver sports and leisure programming and so much more for residents. So the role of the business plan is forward-thinking, but I wanted to take an opportunity to celebrate community centers. I want to acknowledge the work that they are doing, applying for funding to help sustain their centers. So thank you for supporting the CCRGP funding. I want to celebrate community centers for helping parents apply for the program subsidy grant so that kids can play the sports that they register for. Over 250 families received funding in 2023. So thank you for your continued support of that program subsidy grant. Let's celebrate center volunteers for planning and executing programming at their centers, for providing space for food security, including harvest, food pickup, community gardens, and nutrition programs, along with yoga, Zumba, youth sports, and seniors programming. It's through the programming grant that we support centers in their efforts. For the community centers who partner with the incredible team at Recreation Services, they provide free programming for the youth drop-in centers and also for free play programming as well. Many of our centers this year and last year provided space in their buildings, acting as cooling centers for residents trying to get out of the heat, and alternatively providing heated spaces during our cold temperatures in the winter. In our business plan, there are 2 asks, one of which is to support community centers in their mission to maintain and groom athletic fields so that residents can play sports, soccer, baseball, cricket, all other sports throughout the City of Winnipeg. The athletic field maintenance grant is used to help offset the cost of staffing and fuel and all sorts of maintenance requirements for the fields that are at the community center, but also far-reaching. So there's also a trailering grant, athletic field maintenance trailering grant, and that is always been outside of our usual funding. We're asking for help to continue with this particular funding. This provides financial support to the centers who leave their space to cut and maintain more fields, and this supports the Parks Department as well. Also, in our ask this year is Public Works works with us closely on the graffiti control program. You'll see in the report that we continue to get some of that funding, but this offers work for summer students, and City Public Works Department helps us to hire a few staff, and they go out each summer to remove graffiti throughout the city. I want to celebrate the community centers who provide minimum wage jobs, many of which is through the janitorial program. And that janitorial program, in fact, we're making it easier for community centers to access that funding. It's critical to sustaining them. I would be remiss if I didn't mention what we've been working on all year, actually since last year. We started work on Plan 2045. And as you know, in 2022, funds were allocated through the Recreation and Library Facilities Investment Strategy to support our work to review Plan 2025 and development of the Plan 2045. A portion of the funding was provided in 2023 so that we could develop the strategy and engagement plan, and we posted an RFP and hired HTFC Planning and Design to support us in this project. We've been working on this project throughout the year. Many of you have attended meetings. Thank you for doing that. Your input has been important to us. We are working through our draft right now. It is going to the working group, our steering committee, the district community center committees, and the general council board. And we'll be reviewing that report over the next few weeks, and we hope to invite you back to another meeting so that we can review our findings. The plan is that the final copy will be ready in October. This is a 20-year forward-looking document to help us inform the sustainability of the community center model. So a big thank you to Community Services, the team that supports the General Council of Winnipeg Community Centers. They work in partnership with us and all the other departments in the city who work closely with us. Thank you to all of you as well for your support.
Thank you very much, Laura, and please express our appreciation to all of those who are on the board of GCWCC, and through them, by extension, to all the dozens and dozens of outstanding men and women across Winnipeg who volunteer to keep our community centers up and running and do great work as board members or liaison or just running programming. Thank you very much. Councillor Lukes.
Thank you, Laura. You're on my list to email, but here you are. So first of all, thank you very much for all you do, because you have to deal with these hundreds of volunteers that run these centers through their boards. And of course, you run some of them too, or help out where you can. I really want to thank you, because working with volunteers always presents great opportunities and great challenges. So thank you very much. And thank you for aligning and coordinating with all the other departments and helping out. You've been incredible. You are incredible. The work you've done has really helped, I know, us in the Southwest. As we all know, the community center model is based on like 1960s, when the whole world was really different. And I can't tell you how forward I am looking to seeing Plan 2045. Now, you said it was available or going to be completed in October, but I know you've also said that councillors would have an opportunity to hear your findings before it's finalized. So I just want to confirm that. That was my email to you, okay? So are we going to have an opportunity, like we talked about, to have an opportunity to go through the findings before the final?
Yes. Yes, we haven't set a date yet. Our first intent is to go to the working group, and that's tonight.
Right.
That meeting is tonight. We have a steering committee meeting tomorrow. We have a meeting with the district boards throughout September, so we're gathering their feedback on the findings. And then our intention, once we've done all that, is to set a meeting with the councillors again to go through the findings before we do the final.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to an updated model and a lot of changes, because as we've seen through many centers throughout the city, great opportunities and great challenges.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lukes.
Oh, another question? Am I the chair now? Okay, I'm the chair now. All right, questions? Anyone else have questions? Councillor Duncan.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for all your work. Pleasure working with you in my capacity with Community Services, SPC there. I know you're in good hands with the Councillor Santos now, who's a strong advocate for community centers throughout our city. A specific question to what you mentioned there sparked my interest. The support that community centers get for the field maintenance. So that's a grant that helps pay for individuals to come out, maintain these fields that community centers typically would program on. Then we have the Parks Department come and charge per head of who's participating in these programs. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And do you have any opinions on that? Because it seems like a steal from Peter to pay Paul scenario, and at the end of the day, our community centers are left with less money that is intended to be given by this council.
So you're referring to the youth user fee that's levied when registration happens. So it's typically it's been around for quite a number of years. When I was the president of Oxford Heights Community Center, it was introduced at that time. It was just under $10, and it was added to the registration fees that the parents paid. So it was added to a registration that families had to pay. And the intention was it's a youth user fee to use the fields, and that funding was then in turn provided to the community centers to help offset the cost of maintaining the fields, cutting the grass, picking up garbage, lining the fields. As you know, all of that costs money, including gas, wear and tear on their equipment. And it was a creative way, I believe, to try to offset some of that cost because the city didn't have the additional funds. It is more cost-effective to have a community center maintenance staff person cut the grass, have somebody, the janitorial program, have somebody go out and pick up the garbage, throw out the garbage, than having our public service going and meeting all the needs. And I'm not sure that they could possibly do all of the work. They do great work themselves, but this is a great way to work in partnership. So yes, I'm aware of the youth user fee. Do I have an opinion about it? I'm aware of it. I've lived with it for a long time as a parent and now certainly as a community center volunteer. I guess I don't really know what else to say other than it's a way to fund that program.
And if I may, Councillor Lukes, it's something that I think if we can keep money in the pockets of the community centers who are out there, and I would argue that the money they're getting to maintain these green spaces is not enough. So they're coming up short, and then to ding them again with a user fee, by all means, not your domain, but if Parks wants to ding program users on city park land, by all means. But,
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to point out that if anyone is to be blamed for dinging, it's council who forms Parks budget. So this is a policy that we oversee, so I don't think it's fair to characterize the public services doing what council directs in budget and what we haven't adjudicated in policy.
So it would be a fuller discussion for council and the public service later on, but appreciate you raising that. So do you have
My
any
point,
further
if I
questions
could.
any further questions?
Yeah, if I could. I look forward to supporting community clubs as greatly as I can moving forward, especially with the plan 2045.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I say that the youth user fee isn't intended for the community center to pay. So they collect it and pass that on.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you again for your
Thank you.
presentation. I appreciate it.
Have a great morning.
Thank you. You too.
Or afternoon and evening. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Kate Kaler from the Social Planning Council of Winnipeg to be heard with respect to report number 13. Following Kate, we'll hear from Ed Hume and then Stuart Smith. So if you guys just want to make your way down to the bench, be great.
Good morning to both of you.
Thank you. Steve Wilson is here to be my Vanna. In case I hit the button.
We'll give you a moment just to set up here. I know it's well in advance, but to those who are in the gallery today, just so you know, usually we break for lunch around 12 to 1 o'clock. We'll likely do that again. We do have a lot of delegates, so thank you for your patience. Some of you we will get to before lunchtime. Some of you we will not get to before lunchtime. But just so you know, there'll be an intended, most likely, break for lunch hour around noon to 1, somewhere in that neighborhood.
All set? Wonderful. Good morning. I'm here on behalf of a very broad coalition of organizations, some that are currently funded by the Community Grants Program and others who are not, but understand the potential ripple effect of what you decide to do with this vital program. We have been able to meet with some of you, but not all of you. We do have meetings on the books and others are in the works. Your time and insights are appreciated as we are all working to make Winnipeg the best it can be. We also appreciate that there is a commitment to return the $2.1 million to that fund. I'm here today, though, to put our concerns and recommendations on the record as this item moves forward. The end of December is not far off, and essential community services are at risk under the current city report and draft bylaw. You all have received the first iteration of the Winnipeg Community Grants Impact Report. We've submitted an updated version with 2 extra organizations added to it for the record. Please note that the cover here, it's not meant to be a picture of a bread line, but to demonstrate nurturing. This is what community grants do. They nurture and deliver on the city's chartered responsibilities to look after the health and well-being of its inhabitants. Please note, our report only has 14 of the 39 currently funded agencies in it. They were the only ones who were able to participate in the timeline. And I'm only going to mention a few of what they do, a few stats on what they do. So next. So this is an interactive map. We broke it down in slides for you, but if you see it in the report, it's interactive. So this is Art City. It's at multiple sites, and over 5,000 participants are engaged. Next. Age and Opportunity. Throughout the city, almost 10,000 of their participants participate in the Senior Center Without Walls. Boys and Girls Club, 28 locations, multiple programs, and over just one of their stats is over 75,000 snacks and meals served. Graffiti Art Gallery, 2 locations and multiple outreach projects, 16,000 plus visits from youth. Green Action Center provides environmental education throughout the city, 10,000 plus hours towards community outreach. Main Street Project throughout the city with 109,000 community contacts. Mediation services throughout the city, taking 250 to 350 community-related calls. 25% of those calls are referred to them by the city. MTYP, main location, but does workshops and performances at schools, for example. There was 186 performances, reaching almost 45,000 people. Save Our Seine does protection of waterway, clearing log jams, potentially dangerous log jams, and removing down trees. Mist Ray, resource assistance for youth, also does essential community outreach with almost 15,000 contacts, and one of the things they hand out is almost 5,000 Narcan kits, amongst other harm reduction supplies. Spence Neighborhood, you name it, they do it in an area of town that really needs the services, all the way down to a food bank, but activities drop in 24/7, they're there. And Trees Winnipeg, Trees, they sold 5,492 discounted trees to private property owners, and 72 trees were planted in 25 elementary schools. And then here, that's the last one, here is what the map looks like, with the Broadway Center and Rossbrook House also added in, both of which are situated in the center of the city's highest poverty areas and provide essential services where they are most needed. We submitted this report as we have some understanding of the issues you are facing. We have been told by project officers, as well as some of you, that you don't necessarily have easy access to the community grants final reports and next applications before having to make a decision. Lack of resources for fulsome administrative support. Trust us, we do feel your pain. Which brings me to our main concern of the proposed changes. No more operational funding. As we have noted in previous submissions and presentations, this source of funding is the most difficult to get, because apparently the arts, food security, environmental, public safety, recreation services that I've just mentioned above, plus all of the other ones, all just happen without administrative vision, collaboration, or support. Of course, we all know that they don't. This brings me to the next concern of the proposed changes. These seem to indicate that the city is only interested in short-term projects and the funding will move from year to year. Why? If an organization is meeting its deliverables, why should it lose funding? The previous provincial NDP government was fond of pilot projects only, and it wreaked some havoc in the sector because it led to mission creep as organizations tried to follow the money. And it also broke relationships with the people that they were trying to serve as they had to change their services. We had a big example here at the federal level as well, quite a few years ago we had 5 anti-gang programs in the city of Winnipeg, and they did the same thing. They set them all up as pilot projects and then played horrible political brinksmanships with them at the end, refunded some, but it was too late. Offices had been closed. People had been laid off. So we urge moving away from a pilot project approach. But of course, we do recognize that there can be a problem with just a champion forcing something in at City Council. One of those anti-gang programs, Just TV, was saved by Mayor Cates, for example. Rightly so. It's a wonderful program, deserves to be. Even the programs that are here that were brought in, be championed by somebody, if they're still doing their job, we shouldn't be not funding them. So we understand the need for a transparent intake and evaluation process, and we would be happy to work with you to devise criteria and that process. We are rather experts in the area. If council is considering changes, then we just ask that you consult with us first. None of us has funders that simply allow us to do whatever, whenever. We are accountable and so know how to build a community grants intake and assessment process that is fair, transparent, and that will meet the most pressing and long-term needs of Winnipeggers. And the currently funded programs already have to apply every year and then report on their activities. Just for clarity, no one takes this funding for granted. Big Brothers and Big Sisters are supportive of this coalition, but they were one of the organizations that lost their funding. So they are now, they've been scrambling for it ever since. We understand that some on council want more access to these funds for their wards. However, we do need to point out that the ward budgets have already increased significantly. Another concern with the current recommendation is that elected officials will have oversight over who gets a grant and who does not. We have discussed our concerns with some of you, but simply put, it leaves the system open to at least the accusations of bias, and that should be avoided. More importantly, though, this coalition wants EPC and the full council to use the community grants program to assist us in meeting the most pressing and long-term needs of Winnipeggers. As our previously submitted joint statement noted, the city has a variety of potential levers to increase revenue in order to not only fund existing programs, but also to expand the program. As members of council, you are of course faced with managing competing interests. However, as a society, we have counted on a high tide floats all boats, or the more technical term, trickle-down economics. It hasn't worked. Next slide, sir. Thank you. This analysis is from Campaign 2000's last year's report based on 2021 data. Next year's is on its way, and as always, the heads up is child and family poverty worsened considerably in 2022. So back to the boats analogy, we know there are a few luxury liners out there, but there's a whole lot of people who are just treading water. Do all the currently funded organizations directly address poverty, much less child poverty? No, a lot do, but not all directly. However, by working to mitigate climate change, social strife, and exclusion, for example, they all do meet the broader needs of the city to look after the health and well-being of its inhabitants. So in closing, the currently funded agencies need to be able to apply. They need to know if they are going to have to fill a large hole in their budgets without having another funding source available in the short term. Operational funds need to stay eligible, and a fair and transparent process that is arm's length from elected officials needs to be developed. And yes, we want the 2.1 million back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate and Steve. Appreciate your presentation again and your ongoing work. Just so you know, the heads up, there is, Councillor Santos will be introducing, the plan is to introduce an amending motion that would, among other things, permit operational funding be eligible. So that is what we're looking at later on today when we get to the item. Any questions at all? Councillor Lukes.
No, and I just wanted to thank you for your presentation and the back and forths we had with emails and clarifications and such. And just that, and I think you are aware, this program was never really publicly advertised before at all. This program has been in place for many, I think we went back to found a grant from 1965 in Charleswood or something. So it's never been publicly advertised before, and this time it will be. And there will be other groups out there that will be applying from other areas of high poverty that probably, hopefully will also be awarded funding, right? So in the past, because it wasn't advertised, clerks would call people and remind them to apply. But we're trying to move forward in a method like the province of Manitoba does, like the Winnipeg Foundation does, whereby, there's committees that go through it, and then there are the results, right? The province doesn't, I have been a grant writer for 10 years before I was elected. You apply, you hope for the best, you put your case together, right? We don't sit down and go through it. And I don't ever recall any time going, and publicly lobbying at province meetings or anything like that. So it will be publicly advertised. We'll probably have a lot of organizations that will apply, and rightfully so. So that's about it. Thank you. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Reply?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a question there somewhere.
Yeah. Did you know?
Did you know? Exactly. Yes. Thank you for that. I'll right back. Did you know, the community grants program was not a secret, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, I understand your point that it was not actively advertised, but it's not a secret. We all knew that it was out there. Social Planning Council has never needed to apply for one because we are fortunate to be core funded by United Way Winnipeg. But the idea that, and with this process, I don't know any organization that's working with us in this active coalition that needs to be reminded when to apply. They all know, and they have not taken this funding for granted, no matter how many years they've gotten in a row, but it is core to them, and what the issue is right now is, of course, the timing of this. Trying to change something this drastically in this short a period of time without giving these organizations a heads up does have the potential to do serious damage. And again, those ripple effects as they then have to find money elsewhere, or they're going to be letting some of their folks down. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Super. Thank you. And thanks for all your work, Kate. Amazing work.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Ed Hume, to be heard with respect to report number 10. Following Ed, we'll hear from Stuart Smith, and following Stuart, we'll hear from Cordella Friesen.
Good morning, Mr. Hume. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Scott. Good morning, Mayor Scott Gillingham, Councillor Vivian Santos, Councillor Evan Duncan, Councillor Janice Lukes, Councillor Jeff Brawadi, and Councillor Sherry Rollins. And I have met Sherry before when I was a school board trustee, and she was also a trustee in Winnipeg 1. I was in St. James, but we have met at some of the conferences, and I would like to, at this point, just extend well wishes to her in her, it's been a while, but anyways, first chance I had the opportunity in your new position or role as a city councillor. So all the best in that, Sherry. I would also like to say good morning to all my fellow citizens here in the gallery, and all my fellow citizens that are online this morning on the YouTube channel. My name is, as I always said, Ed Hume, and I'm the organizer of the petition, 1,526 signers that would like to see the 10 Commandments returned to Assiniboine Park. I would also like to make a special note here. I have two people from our group that I'd like to point out. Pastor Bruce Martin, he's the retired pastor from Calvary Temple. And I'd also like to point out Gail Asper from the Asper Group, and also a local philanthropist. Unfortunately, Gail wasn't, this is something I'd like to mention, Gail wasn't able to, we didn't get her registered in time. She, as you know, she's a very busy person. In dealing with her, it's hard to catch. She's always on the move. But anyways, unfortunately, today didn't turn out to be the best time. She was involved before this and wasn't, although now we realize that she could have, but at that time it didn't happen, unfortunately. We also have another member in my group, Jimmy Thorasi. He's a retired Dene chief who is a he is a linguist and a translator. And unfortunately, Jimmy isn't able to be with us here today because of his busy schedule. He's translating all sorts of Indigenous agreements and writing, trying to save the Dene language. I would have loved to have had him here this morning, and unfortunately, he's so busy he couldn't be here. So I just point that out to you that kind of underscores the difficulty when you people only give us a week to kind of go, and we've got people have busy schedules. I'm sure everybody else runs into that problem, but it is a challenge that we're going to try to overcome. Last night, I don't know about you, but I was awoken out of my sleep by the thunder and lightning. God is not pleased. Finally, after 7 years of working on this issue, I finally get a chance to speak at the council chamber. But before I go any further, I would like to say I've got a kind of a double presentation. I have a presentation on the computer, and I also have a verbal one with more current points that I would like to talk to. So I'm kind of in a difficult spot here, knowing I'm only going to have 10 minutes to speak. So I'm asking council if they could grant me a little grace here and give me maybe an extra 5 or 6 minutes so I don't have to fly through my presentation on the computer and then fly through my points.
I'll respond to that right away. We probably can't give, we don't give 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
And with all the other delegations of all the other matters, Ed, we'll just ask you to try to keep it. You got 5.5 minutes to go. Try to land the ship, or try to land the plane in 5 here, okay?
Well, it's going to be a big challenge, but I'll do the best I can. As far as the visual presentation goes, I'm going to have to just fly through it. I would have liked to spend more time with it. But anyways, I'll go through and highlight some of the main points from it. Okay, the Ten Commandment Monument has been in the park since 1965. It's been well over 50 years that it peacefully sat in the Assiniboine Park. There's a little picture of its last location. Then all of a sudden, it was replaced by the Leaf Diversity Gardens. Thou shalt or shalt not be inclusive. That's a story that was written in the Free Press in June 2022. And I've included it in my references. You might want to read it if you haven't already seen it. Okay, removal of the Ten Commandment Monument. Why should we care? Can I have that one turned on too? Okay. The Ten Commandments are the oldest set of universal values in the world, which puts some positive limitations on human behavior. The Jews, the Christians, the Muslims, all use the Ten Commandments for guidance. In fact, in all religions, including secularism and atheism, whether formal or informally, support them too by building healthy, harmonious relationships with family, friends, within society. The Ten Commandments form a basic standard of conduct for all humanity. The historical, cultural loss of the Ten Commandments would be a blow to the city of Winnipeg and the broader community. The choice of the Assiniboine Park for the placement of this monument couldn't have been better, providing access as it does for residents and visitors to have an educational opportunity for a quiet contemplation of our park and past, present, and future. Removing the Ten Commandment monument from the park is taking a side, upsetting the fragile status quo equilibrium that has existed for over the last 57 years and offending Jewish, Christian, and Muslim believers. Removal of the Ten Commandment monument will be promoting division among citizens, rather than reconciliation. What kind of future are we passing on to our children and our grandchildren when we remove public monuments that contribute towards a rich cultural diversity and promote stronger, safer communities? The monument belongs to the City of Winnipeg and its citizens, yet there has never been any public consultation about this issue. What you can do. Please support the petition, over 1,526 combined paper and online signers, to have the Ten Commandment Monument relocated back into Assiniboine Park in a respectful, honorable, quiet, contemplative location, and deny the Assiniboine Park Conservancy's request to remove it from the park. Form a relocation committee of APC, city officials, and interested members of the public to choose a suitable new location for the monument in the park. Have the monument refurbished since the wording has faded after 57 years of weathering. Add a QR code on the side of the monument, which could give the history of the Ten Commandments in all major languages, including First Nation languages. I have to back up on this. Okay, and number 5 was also the idea of having a faith garden in the park by discussing the possibility through the mayor's first of its kind in Canada, multi-faith and cultural liaison circle. Okay, last page here, universal wisdom. That's what we feel the monument represents. According to the original designers of our parks, they were built for quiet, contemplation, and restful relaxation. Those are the people, those are the visions that those people who designed the park designed it what it should be. The Leaf replaced it by producing a need for a new quiet, contemplative spot. The monument promotes equality, safety, peace, and harmonious living for all, while contributing to the diversity of the community. They, the Ten Commandments, were not given to restrict our freedom, but to safeguard it. The Ten Commandments and the indigenous 7 sacred teachings complement each other. Mayor Stephen Juba, in 1957 to 1977, the councillors in 1965 recognized the value of the Ten Commandment Monument and accepted this gift on behalf of the citizens of Winnipeg.
Okay, you've got 2 more minutes to conclude, Ed. Thank you.
Okay.
But just so you know, Ed, by the way, this presentation will be part of the public record, that everyone will have access, including council, will have access to see the rest of it because it'll be part of the public record now.
Okay. Well, it's a shame because I have a lot to present here, and I've worked 7 years, and to have this short a time. Anyways, I'll get right to it. The Fraternal Order of Eagles don't really want to give up the Ten Commandment, or do not want to give the Ten Commandment back. They were really left with no choice but to ask for it back, rather than to see it go to the Brady landfill. In a statement from the Winnipeg Free Press, Darrell Lee quoted that they did not want it back and that he supported our group to keep it in the park. He basically said, they told us to come pick up our monument and take it back. And fast forward to this present situation, it's not much better. The FOE had to hire a lawyer this summer to defend the Ten Commandment Monument, and to get the city to treat it with respect and use it like it should be. And they were also recently told by APC that the monument had to be moved. Somebody, now, Stuart Smith, their president, will address this afterwards, that they were going to have to move it right away, or it was going to be, it had to go. And I would have to say that if the mayor or the councillors owned this monument, they would have done the same thing. Okay? So they really weren't given much choice. The other issue, the monument was sent to the wrong committee by APC, who in my opinion had no right, since that monument belongs to the city of Winnipeg, and it was the city's decision and should have gone to the Protection of Community Services and Parks, not Welcoming Winnipeg Committee.
Okay,
Why did APC?
Sorry, thank you very much, Ed.
Yeah.
We're going to have to, just because of the number of people we've got through, so your presentation's here, appreciate it. Your request and desire is very clear, and so we thank you. You're asking, which you've circulated to us, you're asking EPC to reject the current motion, and you've got 3 other items here. Look at a possibility of developing a faith garden, send it back to City Council for recorded vote, give it back to the Fraternal Order of Eagles. So you've made your request clear, and I thank you.
Yes, I just felt that was a good, that would be treating the public citizens more fairly in this issue, and they could then I think if you were to follow that route, city councilors could honestly say they've done their due diligence, they've done everything they can to protect the monument, and things didn't work out, and that's what happened. But right now, I feel the present situation, you're putting the cart in front of the horse.
Thank you.
Thank
you for your presentation. Appreciate that. Oh, sorry. Sorry. We do have a, thank you. We do have a rule here that just no presentations from the gallery, so we don't allow cheering or clapping, but thank you very much. Appreciate that. So thank you. Or booing.
Okay, our next delegation is Stuart Smith, also to be heard with respect to the same item. And following Stuart is Cordella Friesen, and then after that, Muhammad Ali.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. Welcome. Thank you very much. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Welcome, Your Honor, and to the fellow councillors that are here. I represent the Erie 23, which is the Eagles that presented this in 1965. And one statement that I would really like is we do not want it back. Our desires are for it to be, if possible, in City Park, which is for everybody. And a statement that I would like to make is, for 125 years, the Fraternal Order of Eagles, Erie 23, have been helping the needy citizens of Winnipeg without any regard to race, color, or religion. Not once in 125 years have we received or asked for financial assistance from the City of Winnipeg. And is this how we are to be paid back? I'm wondering if the decision that it not be put up can be looked at. Now, Gail Asper has made a suggestion, as has been written in the paper, that it could go by the statue of Moses. We do not dictate where. We would just ask for the consideration that it go back. The choice would be the committee's, not ours. And the only reason that I'm speaking today was I read in an article where we had asked for the monument back. That is incorrect. We received communications that it had to be moved by the 30th of the month, or else it was going to either be sold or go to the garbage. And we didn't want that to happen. And I would like to ask you to have the committee reconsider the placement of this monument. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Smith. Thank you. All right. Continuing on.
Our next delegation is Cordella Friesen from the YMCA to be heard in support of report number 4.
Good morning, Cordella.
Good morning. I'm using my computer. Is that okay? Okay, good morning, City Councilors and guests. Thank you so much for your time this morning. My name is Cordella Friesen. I'm the President and CEO of the YMCA of Winnipeg. I think about downtown a lot. It's hard not to when our downtown is a literal island, our downtown Y is a literal island of activity, connected only to empty or sparsely populated buildings in every direction. Portage Place, Investors Group, Hudson's Bay, although I have a lot of hope with SEO. And then across the street sits this empty Salvation Army building, which was recently sold to Booth University College. The downtown Y has been a cornerstone of our community for over 111 years. But it's important to note that post-pandemic, our organization has had to consider what we've always thought to be the unthinkable, namely closing our downtown Y. But our board chose the exact opposite and have doubled down on our downtown presence with a capital campaign that will transform the downtown Y into our new era, serving community with expanded mental health programs, youth programs, English language programs, newcomer wellness programs, and so on. But the reality is that we can't do this alone. I am one of many of the downtown hopefuls who have been eagerly awaiting a plan for Portage Place. When we first learned of the potential sale to True North Real Estate Development, we immediately reached out to Mark Chipman and the True North Real Estate Division team to begin discussions on the role that the Y could play. Jim and Gavin were gracious enough to meet with us and come for a tour, and we do appreciate them seeing the value of the Y remaining. I've walked through the second floor of Portage Place almost every single day. We are literally on the hip of Portage Place, and we cannot survive without the redevelopment of Portage Place. But we are trying our best anyway. It's so sad. Our portion of Portage Place is an empty shell that still plays pop music over the loudspeakers. This past year, I was walking through, and for the first time in years, there were so many people and shops open, and I was really confused but excited, only to realize that it was a movie set for a holiday movie. And it made me think, what would this place be if we actually had people in it? How would this change our downtown overall? And the reality is the downtown community is already here, and it is an incredibly diverse and vibrant community. We have a population that is 35% newcomers, 27% single parents, 24% older adults, 17% Indigenous, and most notably, 43% are children in low-income families. Right behind the downtown Y at 301 Vaughan, there is a whole host of apartments and housing for those that live in this very area and who need access to community spaces, to local businesses, to health services, and to a vibrant economic center. Our downtown deserves these things just as much as any other Winnipeg community. Luckily, some of these services and amenities already exist. In fact, they have for quite some time. But many have also left and are still leaving, and without support, many more will leave in the days and months and years to come. This leads us back to our own decision at the Y to stay downtown, even though as a charity and a not-for-profit organization, we are running a deficit downtown. But we have weathered world wars, the Great Depression, multiple recessions, and now it's our turn to now weather a pandemic recovery. The reason we've chosen this path is that we still see over 1,000 people come through our doors every day, including 118 childcare spaces and supporting 130 jobs in this building alone. Youth playing constant basketball, seniors walking the running track, families learning how to swim, and so on. There are people from every age and background, and we know that what we do matters to them, and that's why we made the decision to stay for now. We, like so many downtown businesses and community service organizations, continue to serve the downtown community, but we cannot do this alone. With that in mind, we are encouraging all levels of government to support downtown in a couple of important ways. First is to diversify the investments downtown. One of the things we tout as Manitobans is the strength of our economic diversification, and this is the same for any development and investments downtown. We need everyone to thrive. small and big businesses, arts and culture, community organizations, and nonprofits. Choosing just one or two investments isn't enough, and it will take everyone and multiple investments. And so I do stand here in support of Portage Place redevelopment by True North because it is so critically important. And I also know this alone will not address all the needs needed downtown. And secondly, please move forward with the redevelopment of Portage Place. The cost of doing nothing is too high for the downtown and for our city as a whole. I'm not being dramatic when I say that without a renewed Portage Place campus within the next 3 years, we will need to revisit our decision at the Downtown Y to ensure the health of the rest of our organizations. We also know that there is still work to do with the community partners, specifically on the middle portion of the development, when it comes to community programs that will reside there. And we are excited to work with True North on knowing what that might look like in that middle portion. We are so supportive of this Portage campus going forward. And before I end, I want to tell you about Bill. So Bill passed away on September 5th. And the mayor had a chance to meet Bill at our 110th anniversary. He was a member of the Y for over 88 years, and he passed away at the age of 106. And he is, to me, the testament of the importance of the Y. He came all the time to swim, to do his, just even hanging out in the steam room, whatever it might be, but he was a part of our community. And the importance of the Downtown Y is about the everyday. It's not about the fancy. It's about just showing up every single day. And so with his permission, I was allowed to share you his story onto why Portage Place redevelopment matters, but it also matters for us to be able to keep on doing what we do every day at the Downtown Y. So thank you for your time.
So thank you so much, Cordella, to you and your outstanding team for the very important work you do. We've recently, as a council, have partnered with you to provide a grant for you to do some programming for youth, especially basketball and drop in other recreation activities which is critical to having more youth activity in the downtown. And so thank you for that. And sincerely, on behalf of all of us, condolences to you and the entire team at the Y, because you're very close to Bill, seeing him pretty much on a daily basis for 80 plus years is really remarkable. So
he just took a break during World War II so he could serve.
Right.
That's when he put his membership on hold. But
remarkable, right? Yeah. Councillor Lukes.
Sorry. Thank you, Cordella, for your presentation. Just remind me again how big the Downtown Y is.
Yeah, so we have 7 stories, so we're 80,000 square feet just at the Downtown Y, but we also have a leasing agreement with Fred Douglass Society for the top 3 floors. So there's 28 affordable seniors housing up there in partnership with Fred Douglass Society.
So the recreation space is how big, would you say then?
Oh, it's going to be the majority. Well, I would say locker rooms is about 20,000 square feet of that, probably another 10,000 for childcare, and the rest goes to recreation directly.
Right. Yeah. And for sure, the Portage development is going to be incredible.
Yeah.
So just help me understand what percentage comes from, I guess, people working downtown versus people living downtown?
So this has been the biggest shift for the Y, I would say, in this iteration. So back in its previous days of its renovation back from 1987, it really became a health club model for people that were working downtown. And so it really concentrated most of its programming from a work-from-home model. So at our height, we had about 12,000 members in 2009 at the Downtown Y, and it has steadily decreased since then. And one of our evolutions is saying we're not necessarily the health club model, or that's not what's necessarily needed. And so really expanding on mental health programs. For example, our youth mental health program went from 100 participants to 450 last year. So expanding on newcomer English language training. Childcare has been a huge part of us the expansion on the downtown. And now our highest concentration actually comes from the downtown community. So none of our locations have a concentration that comes directly from the same area like we do at the Downtown Y. So it's supporting 4,000 people that are coming from the local community.
So then, from the financial aspect of it, are you saying then that while you've increased the volume of the local neighborhood, the funding, or the fees that they're paying then aren't helping cover the costs that like, I just see it as a big rec campus for downtown, right?
yes.
And I'm just trying to get my head around the financial model. You're saying that the people that worked downtown really obviously helped support it financially, but now the shift in the number of people using the facility don't have that financial background or that financial capacity as the people that were, say, working downtown. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. So there's more membership subsidies and free memberships given at the downtown Y compared to any of our other Ys,
Right.
just because of the demographic of the community that we're serving.
Okay.
So it doesn't help cover costs, but a part of our capital campaign is to move us into more sustainable model. So for us to get there, our goal would be to be able to increase membership, but also expand childcare. Childcare is a huge need, and so we have a plan for 40 new spots as a part of our total campaign. We also have an expansion of our programming when it comes to mental health programs in particular. We have something called Y-Mind, specifically for youth that are really struggling with anxiety and just getting their first job, and what are those supports looking like. So there's different ways in which we can help make sure the Downtown Y is funded, and that's by diversifying the revenue that we bring in from various different program areas. But honestly, the residential tower for the Portage Place redevelopment will have a huge impact, we think, on us, not only for childcare spaces, but from a membership perspective.
Right. And the Y has been delivering recreation services for how long?
145 years. No, it's about 140 years. But we are Manitoba's longest serving community organization. So it's been around for 145 years, was our anniversary this year. At the Downtown Y Recreation, we built the first indoor swimming pool ever in Winnipeg. And so we have a long history of aquatics, we have a long history of recreation, a long history with community programming.
And if I recall, there are Ys in the States also, like you're all across Canada and in the States?
Yeah, so we're actually international. So there's the YMCA World Alliance, but as also the YWCA. So we're a part of the YMCA and the YWCA, internationally, nationally, North American, and then we have ours here in Winnipeg.
Right, right. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Muhammad Ali from the Knights of Rizal in support of report number 8. And then following Muhammad, we'll hear from Lauren Remillard and then Bruce Martin.
And looking at that, I think with those three, probably after those three individuals, Mr. Zali, Remillard, and Martin, after that, we'll probably most likely be at a lunch break at that point. So we'll hear the next three. Mr. Ali, good to see you again.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for entertaining us today. I'd like to thank the council for having us here. I'd like to thank our city councilor, Lady Vivian Santos, for helping us out with this project. We are asking the support to grant us the favor of getting this project done, and it was already approved by Winnipeg CCM, the Welcome Winnipeg community. This project was in the making for nearly 2 years. Finally, it has been approved. So we are asking for your support to get this done. I have our Knights of Rizal chapter commander here. I would like to share this floor with him today to give you a little bit more background on Dr. Jose Rizal. Dr. Jose Rizal is the hero of the Philippines. From many heroes, he was one that was chosen, and his statue is all over the world. And our Knights of Rizal chapters are all over the world, including the country that has executed him in 1896. So by putting this marker is making it, giving prestige to Winnipeg, and that's what we're looking forward to. We would like our organization is non-political, non-religious, and non-partisan, and we welcome all of different cultures to be a member of a chapter. Now I'll give you our chapter commander, Ray Anthony Sator,
Thank you very much.
to continue with it.
Thank you. Certainly, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank
Can you
you,
just
Sir
maybe
Mohali.
state your name for the record for us, sir, please? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Ray Anthony Sator. I am the chapter commander of the Knights of Rizal. Good morning, Mayor Scott Gillingham, city councilors. Good morning, and to our fellow Winnipeggers in the gallery. So just to give you a short background of Dr. Jose Rizal. Dr. Jose Rizal is the Philippine national hero. He was a strong advocate for representation of the Philippines in the Spanish Parliament and equal rights for Filipino citizens. His literary works serve as a catalyst for the widespread resistance against Spanish oppression in the Philippines. Rizal's arrest and eventual execution on December 30th, 1896, further fueled rebellion and intensified Filipino struggle for liberation. The people of the Philippines and the indigenous peoples of Canada share some similar experiences and generational impacts of colonization. Both groups maintain their desire to decolonize and or their own respective journeys. Honoring Dr. Jose Rizal with a new plaque not only calls attention to the historical impacts of colonization around the world, but also recognizes the people who speak out against colonialism. Perhaps the first world-class global Filipino, Dr. Jose Rizal, known and admired around the world, his writings reportedly inspired Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King in leading their own movements. The marking that we are asking for your support to be included in the Dr. Rizal's statue will read Jose Rizal, Philippine national hero, born 19 June 1861, physician, poet, writer, educator, linguist, inventor. Authored novels No Limitang Hari and El Filibus Turismo, which bared colonial oppression of the Filipinos. He advocated nonviolent struggle for freedom, but was charged with inciting dissent. The living soul of the 1896 Philippine Revolution, he was executed on 30th December 1896. His martyrdom inspired a sense of nationhood that eventually led to the proclamation of the Philippine independence in 1898. Aside from honoring Dr. Jose Rizal's with this historical marker, it will put Dr. Jose Rizal's statue in Winnipeg in an official list of Dr. Jose Rizal's monuments and statues around the world and the records of the National Historical Commissions in the Philippines. So again, thank you, and we're asking your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions at all? Councillor Santos.
Thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate you guys coming out and all the hard work that the Winnipeg chapter of the Knights of Rizal has done to promote Dr. Jose Rizal here in Winnipeg. Just to clarify on the timeline, so my understanding, the proposed marker is not here yet, so where is it currently located?
Currently, it's in the Philippines, but we were waiting for this approval before we bring it here because we didn't want to bring it and have it stored away in a garage somewhere and we can't use it.
Right.
So instead of bringing it, it's still there. By the way, I forgot to mention, my name is Muhammad Ali. I'm the project manager for the Knights of Rizal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so the time frame is if this were to be supported and approved, which my plan is to move a motion to support this. The time frame, are you thinking that possibly next year there may be an installation of it? You'll bring it here from the Philippines and then possibly have it installed?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it the hopes to have it around, when is his birthday again?
June 19th.
Okay, so possibly around June 19th, we can do the installation then? Okay, sounds good. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you both very much. Appreciate it.
Thank
for your
you.
patience. Have a great day today. Thank you.
Okay,
Madam Clerk?
our next delegation was Lauren Remillard, but we're going to come back to him after hearing from Bruce Martin.
Pastor Martin, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning to all of you, and I just want to comment for a moment on what it reminded me of today to watch all of you stay in a meeting this long and have to stay awake and be interested. It reminded me of my previous life And I've been retired for 2 years and served 47 and a half years in meetings just like you're in right now. And I prefer being retired. So God bless all of you for your service to our community. I am here to lend my support regarding the Ten Commandment Monument. I've been serving alongside Ed Hume and Gail Asper, and they felt it positive if I would come and just talk for a little bit. I will not use my 10 minutes, but I will give you my thoughts. I've been walking this road for a while. I'm raised in Canada in a small community, and I learned that the word tolerance, where I grew up, meant you could have an opinion, and I could have an opinion that were diametrically opposed, and yet we could still get along. In the community I grew up in, there was about 50% Protestant, 50% Catholic. They got different holidays than we did. They would come and mock us a little bit when we had to be in school and they weren't, and we would likely do the same back to them. But the truth of the matter is, we learned that tolerance meant you did not have to agree on every point to get along. You could know that the person diametrically opposed to your views, but you tolerated the fact that they could believe what they believed and I believe what I believe. Well, tolerance doesn't mean that anymore. Tolerance means that somebody arbitrates and says who has to do the tolerating, and unless you celebrate and approve, it means you don't tolerate. Well, I believe in this situation there is room for tolerance, and I think that we all need to get along. The second word I want to introduce to you is 35 to 40 years ago, when I was active in pastoral ministry, I learned a new word. It's called pluralism. And what pluralism means is that everybody, notice the word, everybody gets a seat at the table. So those of us who were used to being by ourselves off in the corner, we thought, we better smarten up and get sitting at that table. And so I just want to encourage you in your service to this community, let everybody be at the table. And those of us from a Judeo-Christian background really want to encourage that pluralism be exercised in this issue. The third word, so we go tolerance, we go pluralism. The third word I want to share is the fact that I saw in print diversity gardens. And so I just want to encourage you in the word diversity. What does diversity mean? Well, diversity means everybody gets included, including Judeo-Christian and the Ten Commandments. So I encourage you in your deliberation, just give a few thoughts to this old geezer, retired pastor, and those three words that you get to say, we do this with our brains on, with our thinking hats on, and we want to exercise tolerance, we want to exercise pluralism, and we want to exercise diversity. Amen. Have a good lunch.
Thank you. Any questions at all? Thank you so much. Good to see you, sir.
Okay, Lauren's back in the meeting, so we'll go to Lauren Remillard to be heard in opposition to report number 5.
Hello, Mr. Remillard, welcome.
Hello, and thank you for your patience and understanding. I've been following the proceedings all morning, and just when you were about to go to me, my computer just completely crashed. So fortuitous timing, I guess, depends on your perspective. So thank you, Mayor Gillingham and Executive Policy Committee members for the opportunity to appear before you today. Of course, a special thanks to all the delegations today for taking the time to have your voice heard. The Chamber, founded in 1873, is Winnipeg's largest business organization. For consecutive years, according to Probe Research's Independent Manitoba Business Leaders Index, hundreds of executive decision makers throughout the province rate the Winnipeg Chamber as Manitoba's leading business organization for reputation, actions, and impact. We represent more than 2,000 businesses employing more than 90,000 people from all sizes and sectors, from all lived experiences and backgrounds. Most of our members are small and mid-sized businesses owned and operated in every neighborhood in our city. So on behalf of the Chamber, I'm pleased to appear before you today to speak to the matter of civic wages and advocacy efforts to circumvent the collective bargaining process. Let me be absolute and unequivocal with two key points. First, the Chamber has a long history of progressive thought leadership in many realms, including the social. In our 2018 poverty reduction submission to the provincial government, we advanced calls for school breakfast and lunch programs, affordable housing, and yes, examination of a guaranteed annual income, as was done in Dauphin in the 1970s. So to be clear, one can be anti-poverty while disagreeing with the concept of a living wage. We can all agree on a goal and still have different ways of achieving it. Second key point, I'm not here to debate the living wage framework or whatever concept being advanced by some, but one that is unrecognized in any official or formal capacity. It's one perspective, one of many. That is all, and hence not the issue here today. The issue before you is whether you as City Council abide by collective bargaining or not, by keeping wage and benefit discussions to the bargaining table during contract discussions. Indeed, has Council learned nothing from the mistakes of the past? Will it move forward with this ill-considered action to undermine the collective bargaining process to the detriment of taxpayers? I say failed to learn from the past because it was November 2019, not that long ago, the then mayor and a majority of council sought to unilaterally make changes to the police pension. Councillor Brian Mays, a labor lawyer by profession, one of the most vocal opponents of the move, in Winnipeg Free Press, November 21st, 2019 article, argued the correct way to go about achieving those changes is at the bargaining table. Furthermore, he said those who supported the motion did so under the guise of financial responsibility, but ultimately put Winnipegger taxpayers at risk. Sadly, 5 years later, the city is back at it, working outside of the collective bargaining process to deal with the issue of wages and benefits. Last time it cost the city millions. Correction, it cost taxpayers millions. This time, you stand ready to once again cost the city millions should you proceed. If organized labor believes so strongly in this concept, then let them present that as an item at the bargaining table at the appropriate time. If you move forward with this outside of the bargaining process, you are failing to uphold your responsibilities to taxpayers to get a fair deal, not just for your employees, but a fair deal for taxpayers during the negotiations. I say that because if you proceed in this fashion, you are giving a concession of benefit without any corresponding ask by the City of Labor. Simply put, this matter is as straightforward as it gets. This is a matter of wages and benefits, so refrain from taking action until such time as the matter is raised through collective bargaining. If it is, and Council believes it is good to agree at that time, then secure a corresponding concession from Labor for the benefit of ratepayers. It's called Labor Relations 101. A final point that bears noting is it is extremely difficult to support the city's calls for a new fiscal deal when it considers such actions outside of the bargaining process. Provincial government after provincial government has reminded successive city governments that it must first get its fiscal house in order before coming to Broadway cap in hand. If the city moves forward with this framework, it is demonstrating that it doesn't understand collective bargaining, and it is not acting in the best interest of ratepayers, but would still like more money from the province. A hard position for anyone to support and advance with any authenticity. I'll conclude with a reminder that you serve all of Winnipeg. You are the management of your team at City Hall, and you have to be a fair employer. Whatever your political allegiances may be, though, you must first recognize there's a proper place, process, and time for everything. Fighting for this concept outside of the collective bargaining process is irresponsible and puts taxpayers on the hook as it did the last misguided adventure in 2019. Be leaders, be responsible, drop the matter, and let Labor make it an issue if they so believe in it. Otherwise, you are telling all of Winnipeg, when this council sits down at the table with our money, you do so with all of your cards facing outwards. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Remillard. Any questions at all? Okay, thank you very much for your time today. Thank you. One more? Okay, we can have time for one more delegation.
Okay. Just.
Okay.
Our next delegation is Katie Inverarity from Prairie Theatre Exchange to be heard in support of report number 4.
Good morning, Ms. Inverarity.
Sweet, I get to go have lunch. It's only one page. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for your time. I'm Katie Inverarity, and I'm the Managing Director of Prairie Theatre Exchange. On behalf of the staff and the Board of Directors, it is my pleasure to speak today as a delegate to offer our enthusiastic support of the True North Real Estate Development Portage Place redevelopment plan. When I saw the news last week that this step was happening, it took my breath away. As a relatively new managing director, having just accepted the position in June, and I started full-time just after Labor Day, it was because of this possible outcome that really compelled me to apply for this position. I somewhat kind of rolled the dice personally and professionally in going for this. But the thought of what if, and as we get closer, I'm overwhelmed with the possibilities. PTE is not just a theater. We don't just create plays. We create artists, and we tell prairie stories. In a large part, this is because of the nature of the PTE campus that is housed in Portage Place. It is filled with meeting spaces, rehearsal spaces, spaces of every shape, size, and shape where artists and audiences come together to create, develop, imagine, and eventually tell stories in the dark. True North Real Estate Development is not just erecting buildings, they are building community. They understand, honor, and value the role that the arts and culture play in developing these communities. We have been in conversation with True North since very early in this process. They continue to have an open dialogue with us and have demonstrated a commitment to prioritizing PTE. From a very pragmatic basis of strategizing how we can continue to operate during construction, to them considering our hopes and dreams as we dream of an even better PTE in the future. We thank True North for the active and meaningful engagement through the process. It is clear that together, PTE and True North, we have a strong vision for the future, and that future is bright. We at PTE commit to partnering and working with True North Real Estate Development, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Katie. Appreciate that. Any questions at all? No? Okay.
Thank you. Have a good lunch.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you. And with that, we will break for lunch or reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you. Thank you. We're reconvening our meeting for September the 17th, and we're still in our delegations. I'm going to turn over to our clerk to call upon our next delegate.
So next up, we had John Bell registered to speak with respect to report number 10. John was joining us in person, but I don't see him. So we'll move on to our next delegation, which is Vicky Poirier. Vicky is in opposition to item 16 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development, and Vicky's joining us via Zoom. Vicky, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, you have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, great. Hi. Bonjour and bonjour. The changes mentioned here will overturn life in Winnipeg. They will not provide housing that is affordable for Winnipeg residents. Giving away land will not help those struggling to pay their bills. If paint peels on a fence or garden shed, we are told that this devalues the life of all in the neighborhood. Think how much life is affected when new apartment towers over quiet, low-rise, sleepy communities. Winnipeg is not like Vancouver. We are not limited by lack of surrounding land. I am a card-carrying First Nations senior elder, keeper of knowledge, and I feel this plan is a bit disrespectful to my people's way of life. We have always had the option of single-family dwellings. We went from teepees to lodges to houses. For example, have you ever seen an apartment block on a rural reserve? No. Don't build up, build out. The reason bed bugs spread so easily in apartment blocks is because of mass amounts of people crowded into the same building, and bugs can travel easily from suite to suite. Why are there not building code rules that absolutely deals with this? Why is there a gap under every front door? I am never going to live in an apartment block where I can smell the neighbors smoking or whatever. Yuck, I'm allergic to smoke. Build out, not up.
One
I
second,
respect-
Vicky,
Yes?
I'm going to caution you just because you're basically making an assertion that somehow apartment blocks are a bad thing. There are many people that choose to live in an apartment block, and there are many people for whom that's the only choice. So I just caution you in your characterization of apartment blocks. If you have something specific to this item, you can bring it forward, but I caution you, and I'll just caution you once.
I was speaking from experience. I moved my son out of an apartment block and bought him a house because of that very problem. Now he's happy and fine and safe and bug-free. I would recommend building out, not up, by respecting the quality of life for your residents. Make Winnipeg a more attractive place to live than overpriced Vancouver by featuring the fact that we have new residential land for developers. Vancouver can't do that. They're landlocked, trapped. We're not. I drive by the superstore on Bison and notice near Waverly is huge, vast amounts of vacant land. Yet we went past that and developed Lee. There's lots of places to build. Let's build some houses.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation today.
Oh, and David's going to speak next on this channel right here, right now.
Okay, we'll turn it over to Mr. Grant then, if that's okay with you, Madam Clerk?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry to be wasting your time when you're so busy and such a long day. My comments are sketched out in the agenda in print. I guess on the topic of infill versus conventional developments, it seems, and we're told, that we need more houses, more homes for people now than ever for many years in the past. And in general, we have large sections of Winnipeg that have been built at one time, approximately, because there was land available and we needed some homes. So those homes were constructed and in a large group. And it's just unfortunate right now that we are in a rush currently and that we're only considering infill. And that's the question we have. And I don't see any action here to develop land or to advance the plans, subdivisions we might have. So just to mention that quickly. And plain language, as I've explained to people before, it's nice when people speak in plain language and it's easy to understand. There's no need for big words, and I'm in support in general of this move by City Hall to do that. But then I would also suggest that for many people, plain language means how they talk to each other. If there is a narrative to be supported and things are left out of city messaging, that's moving away a bit from what some people call plain language. On the topic of the Human Rights Committee, I would suggest, as I did in writing, that because it has been silent on its original purpose, it makes no reference in any of its reporting to the rights violations that seem to be lodged by people in the city. And that if it's really focused now on diversity targets, that it would be, again, plain language would say that it's a committee advocating diversity, and because it's silent on the other one. Anyway, that was all. And if you want to supply, again, the last topic, if you want to supply an adequate array of homes in greenfield developments, that's something we should be considering with our current push. The federal money, the HAF money, is supposedly for high density, and that's the way it's been provided. But I think we should take plans, advanced plans to build in a conventional way on Greenfield. And I'll let you get back to your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions at all for either? Okay, Councillor Lukes?
It's more of a did you know? In relation to the green property that's on Bison and Waverley, that large piece of property is owned by the University of Manitoba. It was gifted to the University of Manitoba to be used for agricultural purposes only. And I tell you, I have probably 10 calls a month on wanting to develop on that piece of property. But we can't. So that's more of an did you know?
Yes, thank you very much for clearing that up, because that was driving by there yesterday. The other person said to me that there's all this land right there, and it does seem like an ideal place. By the time it actually happens, it might be decades from now, but that would be also a good place for high density. But there are reasons and there's history for all this land, and thanks for clearing that up.
Okay, thank you both very much. Have a good day. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay, our next delegation is Tyler Bell to be heard with respect to report number 10. You don't see Tyler in the audience, so we'll move on to Alana Phillips to be heard with respect to report number 13. And Alana's joining us in person.
Afternoon, Mayor, Council.
Afternoon.
I've been told I'm supposed to do this in 30 seconds or less, and then I'll be prepared for 10 minutes.
Okay.
So I can't do it in 30 seconds or less, but hopefully I'm prepared. I'd just like to, because I'm addressing so many of these matters, I'd just like to start with seeing if you have received all of my many proposals. And if you haven't, I do have the visuals here. So this visual is of Georgia Aquarium, so it's plausible, right? We have the zoo here. That's.
Sorry, can I just ask, are you leaving a copy of those here with us?
Yeah, I can, and I've put the proposals in.
Okay.
So I had the funding in 2006 from the provincial government to learn how to create the housing faculties, which would allow people to just enter in, create their own sustainable unit, and then have places sort of, if you have openings, you just plug them in, and it's faster, and it's efficient, it's safer, meets the human rights codes and standards, upgrades our logistics as well. I'm asking for our feds and our provinces across Canada to assist with the city funding for having secondary suites instead of spending $40,000 or thereabouts, to actually have that funding put into a city financier to be able to provide the utilities where homeowners or land that's been delegated by the city to have housing built, or for example, in Portage Place or any of these other places that including the Hudson Bay building, for example. I put the.
Just to be clear, so then you're speaking about the proposed grant intake process? That's what you're speaking?
Yeah, I'm talking about how to get grants. Like some people, if we're talking Indigenous communities, people from other countries, we have refugees, people not certain of the processes, people like me who people say, what are you? I say, I guess I'm goth because I come from the Renaissance, sort of coming out of the Dark Ages and collectively building buildings that sustain, bring children and youth off the front lines of war. And yeah, there's a number of these items, like I said, that I'm addressing. So if any questions after how they fit in, I'll welcome that.
Thank you.
So yeah, in the next 3 minutes. So I guess what I'll start with is sort of a perimeter of our city. So upgrading the infrastructure through the hydro lines will allow us to meet to all the hospitals and start upgrading our infrastructure and our transportation. And I'm requesting magnetic levitations, because we know that we have.
So just to be clear, and so the proposal is something different, but
Well, this
we're just talking about specifically about about any changes to the grant intake process. So
Right.
though you have a lot of ideas, which are
Yeah.
good, that's probably not the forum for all the different ideas about what to do. It's about the process of applying for a grant. So do you have
Right.
anything specific to the application process and the grant process?
Right, so what I had placed is that I'm looking at a number of these issues. So, and that includes people who are coming in for grants. So this is when people are saying that grants are hard to come by, or 1.2 million, and then as Councillor Lukes had said, there's now more people aware of these grants that are up, so we have more people applying. This is a way to bring in money for the grants by upgrading our logistics and bringing the feds and the provinces, such as with trees, to create housing for animal shelters, to do the trees in such a way for people who want to live indigenous, whether they're, they may not want to live in apartment blocks, they might not want to live in a house, even for houses that are degraded, buildings that are abandoned. We can have indigenous housing put around through this infrastructure by upgrading our logistics, just even through the hydro lines. For example, not having landfill sites, so that people are not buried in there and then buried upon buried upon buried, literally to have our infrastructure upgraded. So when you have waste, you can go, instead of waiting for the Wednesday or the garbage day, you can go to your hydro line, and through pneumatic tubing and through the
Sorry, but all amazing ideas and fascinating ideas. The report, though, you're going to speak to is really
Yeah.
how the intake process at the City of Winnipeg system should work. It's maybe a bit more of a boring topic, but it's about how our system internally would work as far as a grant
Right.
intake process. Can you speak to
So
that?
the intake process for the
For the
grants, the agenda items that I wanted to address includes the grants,
Okay.
but also 1, 2, 4, 5, 9, 13, and 24.
Okay, I don't have that, but okay.
Okay, yeah,
Carry
so
on.
that's what I had put in to address.
Okay.
So the grants, the process of getting grants is to obviously free up funds for people to be able to, everybody have access to the funds. So I'm introducing this proposal to be able to upgrade our logistics so that we can free up funds. So if we have youth in crisis that are going to community centers, and community centers aren't able to get the grants, or schools are having trouble finding a place for their libraries, this infrastructure, upgrading, particularly, I believe, upgrading the grade 7 curriculum, and I'm requesting this not only from this city, I'm requesting this from every city, every mayoral office in all the Western nations.
Okay.
We can talk about United Nations and all of this, but our mayoral palace itself has been established over 1,400 years, and we have an agenda. And if we talk about whose agenda is who, and then we are literally not freeing up that money to get the logistics done, and we are on a planet, right? So, so this is why I sort of brought up Georgia, right, with an aquarium of what's possible and what we're doing, and we have the polar bear run and everything. So with the buildings that we have, if we have downtown for the downtown, so I'm sort of mixing up all these agenda items, but following a particular course line. So I hope that you can follow me. I've only got 3 minutes left. So if this is the city downtown with the buildings, we can build literally housing, sort of like siding, while we're waiting for the province and the feds to help us upgrade our systems to bring in magnetic levitation for transportation. So it doesn't matter if you're old or you're young. If you have Alzheimer's and somebody says, oh, you can't go outside, it's not your time to go to the park, they may not recognize anybody, or they may be feeling down, but they might, get in their little unit and want to go to the park, and they're safe. So if we have buildings like the Portage Place renewal, if you consider it sort of like a siding, sort of like you have the desks and then you have the siding around it, right? So the siding literally can go around. So here's a bunch of people and it got all squished. Sorry, I'm on a scooter, so right? It's like stuff everything in and go. So this is pretty much how homelessness is, for example, or community centers, people that need the help. So if we can organize and we have people who like their politics orange or green or blue or whatever, but if they all need their human rights met. So we all need to have a washroom. We all need to have these sustainable development systems in. So if we create, like, say this is just a house, and if we create, if it's abandoned house, the utilities on the outside, we can literally have housing faculties. If this becomes a housing faculty, it's an old abandoned house that's, being torn down, or, and then looking for funding and grants to rebuild, then we can literally have little units that are sustainable built for people, and however they politically feel, whatever their mental health status is, whatever, a living wage. If everybody has a living wage, they can become taxpayers. I'm asking the feds to create for Canada Revenue an education, employment, and income security card that allows people, when they do an education task, or a job or a volunteer position, it goes directly on there, and then the Revenue Canada can assess their living wage automatically, and it saves time from writing everybody's, income tax at the end of the year and figuring out who's who. So this way, you can work for a big business, you can work for a small business, you can work for public, and you can build your resume. So that's something else that I think is added for the living wage. But with these, the transportation system, say this is Portage Place. If you have the siding, and I know this is all squished now, sorry, but I'll work on for the 26th or the 24th to have a better model for you guys. But something like this where people can literally move in and out easily, and these can be have the aquaponics systems. It can literally save us 99% of our water, which is what we're looking at next. And if we did this before the pandemic, everybody would have a unit that can go on this system. And I did have, again, provincial funding in 2006, so that everybody has these units that can move on our transportation system without getting sick, right?
Thank you. Alana, thank you. You obviously have given a lot of thought to the health and welfare of Winnipeggers and wanting to make sure that you're coming up with ideas and others are coming up with ideas to enhance people's lives. And so thank you for that. Appreciate your patience today. It's a long time to wait for your delegation. So thank you for your
Ed
time
was
today.
saying that he's been waiting 7 years, and I got my funding in 2007, so
Yeah.
the dirty 30s are coming up. So hopefully we'll get this organized at least soon, right? And also with the 10 Commandments.
Thank you.
Truth is necessary. We should have those all over the place.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day.
Okay, see you on the 24th, is it?
It could be, is it 24th, 26th? I don't recall, if it's 24th or 26th, yes.
My model,
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so our next delegation registered is Jim Ludlow to be heard in support of report number 4. And Jim is joining us, so if the committee would like to go back to hear from his delegation once he gets here, you can certainly do that.
We can proceed with our agenda. I know he's coming out of another meeting, and he's on his way here, I think. So if it's the will of my colleagues, we'll start into our agenda, and then we can come back. Because we do have a couple of items here before we get to item 4. So we'll turn now to item 1, monthly update on supportive housing, addiction, and social action indicators. I don't know if you're doing that, Mr. Interim CEO?
Mr. Mayor, I have Richard Mayu from our Housing Accelerator Fund here to give us a report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayu. We'll look forward to your report.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. We've been giving you a few monthly reports with regards to our how we're tracking with our development applications, development permits, as well as building permits. If you look at table 1, we're in terms of the we have had a target of 8,000 units by the end of November of this year for both, that would include both development application permits, building permits, and development permits. And right now, we're at 7,600 units approved by council, and also includes building permits as well. So we are well on track for meeting our 8,000 target. So we're quite thrilled with that. And there'll be some development applications, some rather large ones, that are going through the approval process, and so we'll look forward to the results of those in next month. And if I can turn your attention to Table 2 on the next page, that's where we're how we report back to the Housing Accelerator Fund, CMHC, and we're making good progress on our building permits, and so we're pleased with that. And we've also, with the grant, capital incentive grant program, will be. We're also pleased that over the next year, we're going to see more building permits added to this list, and so that you're going to see this number jump quite significantly over the course of the next year. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any.
Any questions at all for Mr. Mahi? I want to take an opportunity, then I'll go to Councillor Rollins. I want to take an opportunity, first of all, to thank all the staff in all the departments who have made the effort to get us to date to 7,603 units approved. We did set, the 8,000 unit target was part of the statement or the call, basically a call to pursue the target, and set that at the meeting at the State of the City address, and just saying, we agreed that all departments have to see themselves as housing departments. If we're going to achieve this goal, obviously, we're on our way, well on our way. And I want to just express my appreciation to everybody who has been working hard on this to get towards and to meet that 8,000 unit target. I have confidence. I believe we're going to exceed that. But this is great news today. 7,603 units to date approved, and that's kudos to everybody. But it's needed, right? With so much housing needed within the city of Winnipeg right now, we need to encourage more development to take place and to happen to meet the demand and that we have across the city in all different housing types. So again, great to see this report today. Councillor Rollins.
Very good words, Mr. Mayor, and want to echo the thanks to this small but mighty housing team at the City of Winnipeg. Lizzie Rappaport was mentioned today by Unhomelessness Winnipeg. Richard Mahe mentioned every second meeting this week on his great work. It is very much a housing-themed day, but starting off with this monthly update, we're seeing a major milestone this month when Mayor challenged and we agreed to the CMHC funding. And right back to one of the first motions I did along with Mayor back in November of 2022 when we were first elected and focused on housing. We wanted to see data measured so that we knew we were responding to the housing crisis in Winnipeg. And so to see us, meet a milestone, maybe even early, because the milestone, of course, the challenge is 14,000 units, and 7,600 is pretty easy math when you're halfway through a term that will at least meet, maybe exceed those units. And like Mr. Mahe said, we are really looking at, on the horizon here, some fairly large projects that we know will contain units. But what we also know is that we're hitting some major milestones on core housing need. And this table just really is the tip of the iceberg because, of course, this is what we're doing to harmonize our reporting to CMHC. We have the Affordable Housing Now program, and just the other day I was tracking projects related to calls to justice on housing, and in particular, safe space. Now, we know the mayor in his election doubled up safe space funding, but what I think is really critical is to say it doesn't stop there. With both RHI, with the Affordable Housing Now program, we are making very important investments into transitional housing and in particular safe space for Two-Spirit women and those escaping domestic violence. So there's way more to say here than is illustrated in this. We're making very important investments on green builds too. Some country, first in the country, and that's really exciting. So it's not just affordable, but it's sustainable, like some of the speakers have come today to emphasize. So really proud to move these numbers. It is with some relief that we're hitting some of the milestones set out in subsequent council motions, and so moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I see, Madam Clerk, that Mr. Ludlow has been able to join us now, so with my colleague's concurrence here, we'll invite him to come to the microphone and just make presentation. I believe he's speaking on item number 4 in the agenda. Thank you. You'll have 10 minutes, Mr. Ludlow. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Thank you very much for allowing me, on behalf of our organization, to come down and speak on item number 4. So thank you. We're very encouraged by the development, by the project, by its order of magnitude, by its deliverables. I think as everybody has come to understand, we have programs around healthcare delivery, community services, parking, multifamily market and affordable housing, among other things. You know, from our perspective, we're very encouraged by the notion that this represents, I would say, in many ways, a very unique partnership among 4 levels of government and the private sector, the True North Group, which is comprised by a very small organization comprised of families here in Winnipeg and in Toronto that are very committed to, I'll say, social and economic impact and returns, primarily for the city of Winnipeg and primarily in downtown. Where we remain encouraged is around what we have seen in alignment among all of the participating groups. We are well aware of the fact that we have undertaken a very large and very significant project for the city of Winnipeg. As I think some of you have heard us say, we were very concerned about some of the downtown development issues, particularly the notion that Portage Place, being of the, again, of the size and order of magnitude that it is, was facing some challenges in its reprogramming and redevelopment, in its vacancy rates, and in the potential for its closure. Again, you recall, this went through a series of transactions or potential or prospective transactions a number of years ago, which for a number of reasons never came to fruition. So, you know, as a private Winnipeg company, with the city and with the province and with the federal government and with our good partners at SCO, we undertook, again, a Made in Winnipeg solution. Again, I'll state, we are a private local company. We believe that the solutions that have been proposed for Portage Place, again, in conjunction with all 4 levels of government, are solutions that are workable and achievable in downtown and for the city of Winnipeg. I was just telling Matt Dryberg moments ago that we've had 3 separate board meetings in our own organization this week, starting actually last Thursday, Friday, and this morning, with our teams here in Winnipeg and in Toronto. They're all very encouraged and very much, frankly, looking forward to the development. You know, there's other elements of our company that are also very committed to downtown and very committed to Winnipeg, you know, through things like the Downtown Community Safety Partnership, among other things, with commitments to working through probably going off on a bit of a tangent, some of the mental health addiction and homelessness issues that we see in downtown as well. So in summary, we are appreciative and thankful for the opportunity to stand in front of the City of Winnipeg with the intention, I'll say, of aligning in partnership on a joint development. Again, what I said earlier in terms of its order of magnitude and significance is large, not just by Winnipeg standards, but by Canadian standards. I think you heard from Grand Chief Daniels this morning. One of the interesting components of this, and it feeds, like the campus feeds itself in terms of the various programming elements, but one of the interesting pieces, of course, is affordable housing in partnership with SCO, and the structure that we have around the housing component of the development of Portage Place is through a not-for-profit. The name of the entity, I think we've from time to time have made reference to this, is TNSCO Housing 92 Inc., with a direct reference to call to action number 92. And it's worth noting that in that entity, both SCO and True North have equal representation in ownership and equal representation in governance. And as you know, in a not-for-profit, any income, if you will, that is earned in that not-for-profit must be reinvested in the not-for-profit in the asset, which is multifamily housing, and or in some of the public assets that would be in and around the campus at Portage Place. So, you know, I would tell you, you can't think of these solutions, I say with a smile, in a friendly way in Toronto, as much as we like some of the folks and so on. But, you know, this is a commitment to Winnipeg. This is a commitment to a solution. This is a commitment, I think, that touches, you know, downtown, revitalization, density, housing, you know, neighborhood services, public spaces, and healthcare delivery strategies all in one, which is fundamentally different from the last proposal. You know, we're down the street and across the table from the councillors and the mayor. We also live here. Our businesses are here. And, you know, I think we intend all on being here for the long haul. So that's, you know, it can probably go on all afternoon, but in our view, we are, you know, we've been discussing this now for probably 2 or 3 years, but we're now at go time. We've had essentially the approvals from our board to proceed, which would come as no surprise to this group. And the good folks on Broadway are working feverishly and completing what we need to complete for the end of this month. And at that, we will move quickly and aggressively forward in a timeline that delivers, you know, the housing solutions, the central retail and parking solutions, and the healthcare solution. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Jim. A question, public consultation and community input.
Right.
Going into this, it was very important. It was made known to you, and I think True North expressed a desire to really engage the public. I've had questions subsequent to this report going live, people asking how much public consultation, what kind of community input did True North seek? Could you help inform us a little bit on the record as far as what you did?
Yeah, we're still in the process. We're, I think, in phase 2 or maybe phase 3 of our community engagement. But we set up a pop-up shop at Portage Place. We had a series of open houses. We had a series of, you know, ways to participate online. We had all of that information collated and, you know, produced the phase 1 report, I think phase 2 report now in draft, all of which, you know, in very many ways was interestingly supportive, of the program that we had proposed, but and you know, at a higher level, supportive of the notion of the redevelopment plan in general, and some of the, you know, the responses to the community engagement were very high in terms of support, like 75 and 80% were supportive in general of the development plan, and then in particular, the community was asked to respond to the certain kinds of program elements, affordable housing, for example, green spaces, for example, which rank very highly on some of the responses.
Okay.
So we continue with it, and we've been very transparent. All of our reports are published and circulated, inside the city and province, among other things. And, I would say we feel that it's important for the community, particularly in a unique asset like this, for the community to kind of tell us in places what they think is important.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Lukes.
Councillor Lukes?
Yeah, I guess it's not really a question, it's a did you know? So I'm a suburban councillor, I represent suburbia.
Know it well.
Or my little corner of the world there. But I also sit on EPC, and I've lived in Winnipeg for over 40 years. I had the opportunity to work with Paul Jordan for about 12 years from the Forks. And often we talked about Portage Place and the challenges in the land sales and the sales and just all the challenges of Portage Place because they were very involved in it. So I have had the ability or the opportunity to talk to many residents about what's happening downtown. My residents really care about what's happening downtown. They've come from all parts of the world, very challenging parts of the world. And, on behalf of them and myself, I really want to thank True North for the incredible leadership that you're putting forward. This would not come together if we didn't have that leadership. I've had the opportunity to sit with you, with Councillor Duncan, and talk about many leadership qualities and many things that, as a city we should be doing, need to be doing. But I'm not as directly involved as the downtown councillors are, but there's a lot of eyes on this, and it would not be coming together without your leadership. And I want to thank you on behalf of myself and the residents of the Waverly West Ward.
Well, thank you,
Getting a
Councillor
little
Lukes.
choked up here.
Yeah, and we do, and in our meetings this morning, we have the same sort of response. I mean, sometimes we wonder why, and then we're able to answer why we do the things that we do. We're very passionate about whether it's Waverly West or downtown or Charleswood, Tuxedo, wherever it might be. You find typically whether it's Mr. Chipman or Mr. Richardson or any of the folks that are involved with True North and or the downtown community, they're just simply passionate about being here because many of them could be somewhere else if they chose to. And it's good to know that these kinds of commitments come as a result of the alignment that we have among city and provincial officials and some of our private sector people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Councillor Lukes.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 2, monthly update on programming activities for Winnipeg 150. Mr. Armbruster?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. Thank you, everyone, for your work on Winnipeg 150 activities. I have Felicia Wiltshire here, Director of Customer Service Communications, to give an update and answer any questions regarding activities that have occurred since last meeting. Felicia.
Hi. So I have a handful of updates today on Winnipeg 150. 2 key things that we are focused on right now as a Winnipeg 150 committee. First off is the Mayor's Ball, which is occurring at the RBC Convention Centre on the 5th of October and is raising funds for the Royal Winnipeg Ballet, Royal Manitoba Theatre Centre, Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra, and the Manitoba Opera. And second is the Winnipeg 150 Medal Program. So as you are all aware, the selection committees are in their final stages of selecting their medal recipients. And we are working to notify the recipients shortly, and then we'll be organizing events in each ward with the local area councillors to award the 150 medals and plant trees in honor of the recipients. Our Winnipeg 150 pop-up booth was very popular over the summer and appeared at a number of community events. In the coming days, we're going to be at a handful more events, and we will be at the Businesses of Bridgewater Block Party, which is hosted by Councillor Lukes on the 21st of September. We will be at a Gagey Go Bickway Park grand opening, which is hosted by Councillor Santos on September 21st. We will be at Run Sage Creek on September 21st. In addition, the Winnipeg Libraries are hosting a Winnipeg 150 Trivia Night at Millennium Library on the 26th of September. And then our booth will be again at Nuit Blanche on September 28th. And finally, our archives tour continues to move around the city, and so it is currently at Polo Park Shopping Centre starting today, and our second one is sitting at the Henderson Library. That's my update at this point.
Any questions at all on that? Sounds like there's a lot going on. Yes, Councillor Rollins?
I don't have a question, Mr. Mayor, but Felicia Wilshire emceed the 150 event at the Brookside Cemetery.
Mention that.
And I just wanted to say what a beautiful evening where Mayor paid tribute to a World War II veteran, Gord, who sang away to the Canadian Armed Forces Band. It was a beautiful evening, led so aptly by Felicia Wilshire. I was so very proud of the City of Winnipeg for honoring the veterans in the way that we did, and Lisa Blake deserves a mention. So many people in the audience, Lieutenant Governor Neville did a beautiful speech, and I've never been prouder of Mr. Mayor for his speech. It was so beautiful with the backdrop of the lit candles. What a fitting 150 celebration. It was such a pleasure to be there along with Councillor Santos and our military liaison, Councillor Dobson, and other councillors were there too, but really wanted to mention that, a highlight of my 150 sesquicentennial year for sure.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rollins. Yes, Councillors Eady and Schreier were there as well. And I'll echo that. Thank you to you for doing an outstanding job, Felicia, and also to Lisa Blake, who helped organize it. And we did get an opportunity, I did take the opportunity at that moment to thank Mark Bité, Brett Schambach, and the entire cemeteries team. You know, we don't, unless you go to visit the resting place of a loved one, or you're in a cemetery for a funeral, you know, it's not a place that people most often would stop by unless they had a real reason to go. But the cemetery looked beautiful, the landscaping was beautiful, the flowers were beautiful, and it was just, it's an honor to all the families and all the loved ones who are laid to rest there. And so we don't take for granted the work that our staff do, even though most Winnipeggers don't see that work on a regular basis. But I think it's important to articulate and just express appreciation to our cemetery staff for the care with which they take of our cemeteries. And it was a beautiful night, and can't speak enough about the event. Thank you for listing all the other events that are coming up. Thank you to my council colleagues who are working very hard to host events in their own ward, some that have passed, some that are coming up. Looking forward to being at as many as possible. So we have a few months to go. Of course, as you mentioned, the Mayor's Ball coming up as well on October 5th. There's a few months to go to celebrate 150. I got to say, I like our style. Why have one celebration when you can kind of celebrate all year long? Thank you very much. Thank you. Item number 3, boards and commission. Sorry, Councillor Santos, would you please move that?
The verbal report.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Brody, item number 3.
Your Worship, this is mainly a housekeeping matter to reflect that we're replacing former CFO Catherine Klepfer on a number of committees with the new CFO Tracy Graham.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Item number 4. We've heard a lot about it today. Shareholder approval for a sale of the Portage Place Mall assets, alignment of related Skywalker agreements, and financial support for a redevelopment of the mall. I do want to express some appreciation. I know people are doing their jobs within our departments, and so, but I do want to express appreciation for the work that has been done by several individuals within various departments here to get this report before us. This is there are many moving parts in this report, so to Matt Dryberg and Tracy Graham and of course our interim CEO Sherwood Armbruster, and to everybody who has touched this file in any way from any department, thank you for getting it to us today. I'll just maybe say certainly that I am supportive of this set of recommendations by our public service. I and others have spoken about the fact that the Portage Place malls, that site's success and redevelopment is critical to the future of our downtown and to the health of Winnipeg proper. I truly believe that redeveloping that site will spur other development and inspire other investment in and around the downtown. There's a lot of good work that's happening in our downtown right now, and we've talked often about it, whether it's the investment, the new Wawanesa building that's opened up, the work that's going on to convert the Canada Revenue Agency building to a hotel on Broadway, the purchase, the acquisition and redevelopment and changes that Manitoba Métis Federation have made in the downtown at the corner of Portage-Germain with the old Bank of Montreal building, transforming that into the Manitoba Métis Heritage Site. They've also purchased 200 Main Street and are investing in that. The other 3 property owners at the corner of Portage-Germain over the last several years have made significant investments in their properties as well. Right across the street from us here, where we're sitting, of course, the Market Lands is being redeveloped. You know, I could go on and on with all the sites that are being redeveloped and invested in the downtown, and it's really, really good news. But there's frankly nothing to the scale of this piece of property, and we have been waiting, I think, as a council for a long time, and the people of Winnipeg have been waiting for a long time for investment to take place there, to transform and re-envision that site in such a way that it would be viable, feasible, and truly, frankly, inspiring. So looking forward to supporting this report and the city's basically incentives that can be offered. How we fund the incentives is clearly laid out within this report as well. And so I look forward to voting on this in just a moment. I'll turn to my other colleagues. Councillor Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I want to put some words on the record and also get the motion in order in front of you, if I may. I think it's important to know that the City of Winnipeg is a shareholder of North Portage Development Corp. And I want to harken back to the words of Grand Chief this morning, who was brief but powerful in the partnership, and perhaps understated in the partnership that has been developed by SCO and True North, where the long-term success is really of Winnipeg is embedded in both organizations. SCO certainly has a majority of members here in the city, and True North obviously makes this city home. And it was a really powerful statement from Grand Chief on the creation of jobs and the commitment to economic reconciliation. And no doubt he went on to talk more about Wewene, and the work, if I can call it a social enterprise, is nothing short of inspirational. That opportunity is really inspirational. The housing components and the jobs and the labor market participation story is one that I think will have very long legs here. As the area councillor right across the street, I also obviously stand shoulder to shoulder with downtown councillors, Councillor Santos being here, but Councillor Gilroy came this morning in support of the project, and she has been a continuous advocate in maintaining the community center that she spoke of, the community center downtown. And then she also spoke of the Edmonton Street vision, and she and I are both supportive of the funding, and we've been involved in Peakway Skate Park, another initiative that couldn't have really gotten off the ground without True North's support. And Cordella, to see Cordella here today, and the YMCA experiencing their anniversary, and the gorgeous story about Bill at 106 years of age, that she really told his story in shining a light on why Portage Place matters and why it mattered to Bill and why he allowed her to use his name in association with it. And the people like Bill that the Y supports downtown, folks that live downtown, which I often lament, are ignored. And we saw some of that, what you risk when people are ignored, the first time a vision from Portage Place came to council. And there was less than a handful of times that I recall crowds coming to council to protest something. And at that time, we heard from speaker after speaker about the lack of connection between the Portage Place vision and community, and in particular, the Indigenous community. So it's so refreshing to see a new not-for-profit focused on housing, focused on economic reconciliation, and Call to Action 92 to be developed, True North SCO 92. The construction of new housing to meet the needs of Indigenous women and girls is obviously a focus of mine. And it was when I worked closest to Portage Place. I worked selling silk plants once, but my last job near Portage Place was at the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. And so Call to Action 4.6 is always on my heart, and many more when I'm in this chamber. Speaking of chambers, we have a note from Lauren Remillard, and if he didn't speak to this specifically today when he was in delegation speaking against living wage, he absolutely wrote a submission today on why Portage Place is important to his members. And certainly as a member of the Downtown Biz, I know something of the momentum, 14 new businesses added to the downtown, something of the momentum that has been on the shoulders of Downtown Biz members, including their fearless leader, Kate Fensky. So for all of those reasons and more, I'm delighted to get this motion in order, and want to move. I also am keenly interested to hear from colleagues, and want to make sure that we get Councillor Lukes back up to the podium, because it is really, that was a beautiful testament to her leadership. I think that she feels all the range of emotions at work in speaking about the downtown, which I know her as a strong partner in development in this city. And so I want to say that I appreciate the words that she put on the record today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a few points that I did want to repeat and make. Maybe one of the most interesting points that Mr. Ludlow made in his delegation today, that 50-50 share between True North and SCO as a not-for-profit, and those profits going back into that organization. So a further commitment that this isn't, even though it's monumental, the investment, it's not a one-time investment. It's going to be a continued investment into our downtown and into what will be the former Portage Place. We drive, many of us that are coming from the west drive Portage Avenue to the east to our historic intersection of Portage and Main, and to be quite frank, see the sad state of affairs with businesses not occupying many of the retail fronts along Portage Avenue. So this isn't just for one building. It's not for just two groups. It's for all the businesses and all the stakeholders in our downtown area, especially from Memorial down to Portage and Main, that are waiting on this, that may not have the means to access this type of investment. It's going to be a monumental change for our downtown. And then I reflect back to Councillor Lukes' comments about how it impacts her residents. And again, to be honest, it affects all residents around Winnipeg. My residents out in Charleswood, Tuxedo, and Westwood often are not confident to go downtown. And again, how this investment will impact that confidence to have people that work, live, and play in our downtown. It'll be so impactful that I think that confidence will return. I think we'll see a vibrant downtown that will continue to expand and grow with this renewed confidence, that will ultimately see an influx of money into our downtown. And then to quote our Premier and our Mayor, it will be the economic engine that pulls the social cart in our city and our province. So thank you to the Southern Chiefs organization and to True North Sports and Entertainment for being the partners with Winnipeg. And I hope that our council colleagues will support this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duncan. Any other comments on the record today? Councillor Santos.
Yeah, well, I echo the comments of my council colleagues, especially my contiguous council colleague on the downtown, Councillor Rollins and Councillor Gilroy. I want to put some quick words on the record that I'm very supportive of this, of the motions put forward by Winnipeg Public Service. I think going through the report, you know, the significant return of investment by True North of about $650 million is massive for our downtown, and I want to highlight that, and I want to thank True North and SCO for their partnership and their commitment to our downtown and revitalizing it. I think that's an important step. We've come a long way through seeing many other iterations of the Portage Place Mall, and this one seems to be definitely one of the best ones I've seen, and I'm super, super excited about it. Another one, a key aspect that I wanted to touch lightly on is the $2.1 million community drop-in space. I remember in my first term working with Councillor Rollins when she was the chair of this committee that I'm chairing right now, and we worked together on a $50 million 3-year rec strategy, and we set aside $2.1 million for a downtown community space, and I'm so happy to see that in this report, and it's going to stay that way, and that's a great investment. Now that this is under my portfolio, I just can't be more excited to see that. So thank you for, you know, obviously keeping that investment here in the downtown. So those are my comments, and super excited to see this go through.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Santos, for raising that again, that the $40 million of city incentives really leverages over $600 million of investment from other partners. So thank you for raising that again. So, well said, yeah. Councillor Brody.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's very important that we have a healthy and safe downtown. Right now, Portage Place is a problem in our downtown. This major investment, yes, again, there's, you know, public support at other levels of government, you know, through the medical facilities and that are being promised by the province and long-term leases that, you know, make this project possible. But again, we need to ensure that our downtown is healthy. You know, before COVID, I think things were going in the right direction. We had a little bit of a hiccup, but I think things are starting to look up, and this investment will certainly take it to even the next level. You know, in terms of the money that the city is putting forward, you know, a big chunk of it is TIF financing. So it's money we wouldn't have if this project didn't go forward. So it's not that it's, you know, money out of, you know, residents in suburban Winnipeg that are going to fund this. This is money that's just reduced for a period of time, coming in taxes for that period of 25 years. And the other portion is half, the housing fund from the federal government. So again, it's not money that's coming from property taxes that's going to fund this. And what it will do is it'll lift property values around it, which will mean a greater assessment base and more tax dollars. I sound like a finance chair, I apologize. So again, I think this makes a lot of sense. I mean, you even had, you know, one group that's always very critical of what we'll call government welfare is the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. They were very supportive of this initiative. So again, I felt some of the media reporting was a little bit unfortunate, some of the headlines. I think this makes a lot of sense for the City of Winnipeg as an organization, and I think it's great for the city overall, so I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, with that then, if there's no other speakers, I'll call the question that Councillor Rollins has put on the table. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. That is carried and moves on to council. Thank you very much. Carried unanimously. Item number 5, the living wage framework. Councillor Bawadi?
Yes, thank you. In one of the delegations this morning, I think a question was asked regarding, you know, concerns about organizations receiving city funding being under this umbrella. I think we need a little bit more time to look and consider this. I'd like to propose a 30-day layover on this matter.
Okay, motion to lay the matter over 30 days. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 6, End Homelessness Winnipeg 2023-2024 Annual Report to the City of Winnipeg. Councillor Rollins.
So there's no implications to receiving this report as information. That's the motion, but I want to point to the attachment on the core housing need that End Homelessness tracks. and the, and some of the comments that have been made and progress that have been made, and thank Jackie Hunt and Betty Adele as always for coming to council with the report. They play a very key role in housing, clearly for the city of Winnipeg, but also the province of Manitoba, including some very key programs. There continues to be progress. There continues to be also some sobering challenges, and that's really the story of the report. So we'll continue to work with our partners in End Homelessness Winnipeg as they modify their 5-year plan, which they gave us some data here today that told us that they're going to need to do that, and the partnerships that they lean on and develop, and with thanks from council, also moved.
Thank you very much. Just let everybody know, I certainly appreciate that Minister Bernadette Smith, who is overseeing ultimately this file from the provincial level, took a delegation to Houston, including representatives from End Homelessness Winnipeg. I'm really optimistic about our relationship with the province right now on this file. I really believe that they too share the belief that we need one coordinated plan and vision. Jared Baker from my office and I will be meeting with Minister Smith later this week, so I look forward to that meeting on next steps on addressing, really making an impact in tackling homelessness, reducing the number of unhoused people through one coordinated plan. So more to come. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 7, plain language key performance indicators. Councillor Lukes?
We could just lay this over to the next meeting, if that's a possibility.
Okay,
So I could talk
30-day
about it
layover.
a little more.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Item 8, Welcome Winnipeg, adding to an existing marker. Dr. Jose Rizal. Councilor Santos.
Yeah, I just want to quickly thank the delegations, especially Mr. Sir Muhammad Ali and Sir Ray Satur, to come out and speak to the importance of an existing monument that's coming over from the Philippines to commemorate Dr. Jose Rizal's work, and will be added into kind of the corner of Waterfront Drive and Dr. Jose Rizal Street Way. So I'll move the Winnipeg Public Service recommendation and look forward to working with the community on installation and date of the event.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item number 9, I'll abbreviate GCWCC, 2025-2027 business plan. Councillor Santos?
Yep, I would like to, thanks again to delegation, Ms. Laurie Messman, for all the hard work that she's doing through the GCWCC. Looking forward to continuing on that work when we discuss the 2045 plan. And with council colleagues, I've heard that they would obviously like to see that before the final draft. So I'll be working with my council colleagues on that. And I'd like to move the Winnipeg Public Service recommendations 1 through 4.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item number 10, donation of the Ten Commandments Monument at Assiniboine Park to the Fraternal Order of the Eagles, number 23. I, first of all, just want to thank all those who came in delegation and spoke to this matter. I appreciate everyone taking the time out of their day to come and present before the Executive Policy Committee. And I believe we do have an amending motion here that is just being circulated. And perhaps then at this time, we'll turn it over to Councillor Berwadi, I think, who's going to be moving this motion. Councillor Berwadi?
Thank you, Your Worship. The motion was just circulated to members of the committee. I'll read it aloud just to put it on the record. I move that the recommendations 1 to 4 be deleted and replaced with the following. 1, that the Chief Administrative Officer be delegated authority to work with the Assiniboine Park Conservancy and other groups acceptable to the CAO to find an appropriate and publicly accessible location for the installation of the Ten Commandments Monument. A, in determining the appropriate location, the CAO will consider the original intention of the donor as well as views of other groups in the community. 2, that the authority be delegated to the Chief Administrative Officer in consultation with the Assiniboine Park Conservancy to negotiate and approve a donation agreement, if applicable, and ancillary agreements in accordance with this report and such other terms and conditions deemed necessary by the City Solicitor / Director of Legal Services to protect the interests of the City. 3, that the proper officers of the City be authorized to do all things necessary to implement the intent of the foregoing. Again, this is somewhat matter of interest to the community, as we heard this morning, and I think this particular motion allows this important monument to remain in our community and publicly accessible. So that's the motion that I move.
Councillor Rollins?
At the end of the day, this is a gift to the city of Winnipeg from 1965, and the Assiniboine Park had held it on behalf of the city of Winnipeg since that time. I note in the administrative report that the Assiniboine Park Conservancy has left it, has offered some financial logistical support. And I note too that insofar it was a gift, the matter is before council. I like when in the resolution of conflict, when the matter is resolved at the lowest level. And so I will support the motion and have that has the CAO work with both the Assiniboine Park Conservancy and the Order of the Eagles to find a resolution that will be pleasing to those who likely now just represent those from the Fraternity Order of Eagles that were around in 1965, and those new proponents of the gift that's in the city's care. That, though, we're here, does signal to me a bit of a breakdown on a park, a very key city park, and you know, the asset that, while as the city's was always understood in not always, but was understood in Assiniboine Park's care. And that is an issue that I'll take up with APC and the board in the fullness of time. But I'm disappointed because I see that as something that they could have taken care of, and that we have, you know, a relationship with Assiniboine Park Conservancy, and as does the community. And I first and foremost see this as a relationship that they have control over. So I'll support the motion, but I'm disappointed it got this far. And I'm grateful to those who, like my former fellow school trustee, Ed Hume, and his friends in the gallery that came in support of seeing us as needed leadership, I guess. And I see him shaking his hand, so he's not displeased with shaking his head. He's not displeased with that analogy. Needed leadership, and wanting to see that. So insofar as, you know, he's getting a bit of what he wants here, I'll be supportive of the motion as written and moved by Councillor Virati.
Just want to be clear on this motion. Clause 1, that the Chief Administrative Officer be delegated authority to work with the Assiniboine Park Conservancy and other groups acceptable to the CAO to find an appropriate and publicly accessible location for the installation of the 10 Commandments Monument. In my reading of that, that would not exclude relocating it within the park.
That's true. That's a possibility.
So
it's my preferred option personally, but
yeah. So I don't know if we need to spell it out, just say including consideration of relocating in the park. it's not an exclusive decision, but it's just saying that the park, relocating within the park is not off the table. That might not be what happens, but is that, I just want to make sure that's the understanding everyone had.
Way too.
Maybe I'll ask our CAO, because if we're delegating this authority to the CAO, I'm wondering if our CAO needs anything. Is this good as it is to consider all the options, or do you need some different wording to, for the work that we're delegating you to do?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I am committed to work with the will of the committee, together with the Assiniboine Park Conservancy and other groups, and I think this motion is still on the table, so I'll defer to the clerk if that wording should be added, but I certainly would welcome that wording to make it additionally clear.
Okay,
If you'd like to add it, we can certainly add it just to make it crystal clear.
sure, including the consideration of relocation in Assiniboine Park. That's not saying that's where it'll end up, it's just basically leaving all things, leaving the CAO enough room to work with a whole variety of possibilities and in his work with APC and others. Councillor Santos, and then Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, just questions on the motion on number one. Thank you for bringing it up, Mr. Mayor. I just read in the report, is it amenable to, or just for clarity, publicly accessible locations included but not limited to privately owned locations? Because there is that kind of suggestion here on the logistics and costs of relocating the monument to a privately owned location. I have had certain feedbacks from other people in the community wanting it not in a public space, so I'm looking for an amenable where it can be also located within a privately owned location. I'm not saying no to the publicly accessible location. I think you can keep that in there, but then include as well other locations, privately owned locations. If we can put that on the table as well.
I think if it's, my understanding is if it's privately, but still publicly accessible.
Yeah,
it could be
you
a
can
private
keep,
piece
you
of
can keep
property,
defined,
and then
to find an appropriate and publicly accessible location, and then go comma, including but not limited to privately owned location, and then comma, for the installation of the Ten Commandments monument. So this way it leaves it quite open, because right now we're just specifically stating publicly accessible location. If you're saying parks, you know, I'm assuming publicly when you're saying City of Winnipeg owned spaces, that's what you're defining it as. Can somebody define that? If nobody can define that, then could we also include privately owned?
If I can,
Yeah,
if I may,
that's
Councillor,
the CAO to
I'm
interpret
not,
publicly accessible.
I won't pretend to be able to speak to real estate or corporate law, but, you know, I'm sure there are a whole variety of publicly held or nonprofit or community-based organization, but I would be prepared as CAO to commit to work to ensure that it's a publicly owned space, regardless of the ownership type in law, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Publicly accessible, I should say,
Okay.
yeah. That's the important piece.
Okay. All those in favor then of the amending motion? Oh, sorry, Councillor Duncan, I apologize. Cut you off, man.
No need to apologize, thank you. Yeah, with the amendment there, specific to the Assiniboine Park being an option for the placement of the Ten Commandments, I would be supportive of this motion as amended. I do think that our delegation, Bruce Martin, had some key words that in the CAO's work with the stakeholders should be considered is that tolerance, pluralism, and diversity. And that that could be what is at hand here when the consideration of where this should be placed, and that all of those three words should be considered. I'm not really clear, even with the reports or the explanations on the history of other than a structure being built, why it was ever removed from the park. So I can be supportive of this today, but if we're going to be true to, let's just look at the diversity garden at Assiniboine Park, then I think that we should be inclusive of all people and their beliefs. So thank you very much.
Okay. Call the question then on the amendment as amended. All in favor, aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item number 11, single source approval for 6-month contract for the provision of Microsoft licensing services, purchasing reference number 68-2022. Councilor Brody.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the public service recommendation.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Item 12, 2023 annual report of the City of Winnipeg Records Committee. Councilor Brody.
So moved.
All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Item 13, proposed grant intake and review process. I believe we have an amending motion on this item by Councilor Santos.
Yes. Thank you. So just wanted to kind of clarify the motion and the amendment, but I wanted to thank also the delegates that came out to speak on this very issue, I think, over the course of the few months. And I want to thank also this committee or the EPC members for listening and taking this back and kind of looking at more thoroughly and trying to work together on a solution moving forward. I mean, it's not by all means perfect, but I think it strikes a balance with some of the needs and wants of the community that we're hearing from, as well as some of the things that I'm hearing from my council colleagues. So I'm going to move, and I'm just going to read it here. Be resolved that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in with the following amendments. Delete recommendation number 1. In recommendation 2, delete the period after, open quote, attached as appendix 1 to this report, close quote, and replace it with the following, open quote, with the following amendments. A, delete clauses 6(1)A and B, and renumber the remaining clauses accordingly. B, in section 8, sub 1, add the following new clauses D and renumber the remaining clauses accordingly. Small little d, the Speaker of Council. Add the following new recommendation, 3, that the following be referred to the 2025 multi-year budget update process. A, additional CNGP grant funding in the amount of $2,140,000 allocated to the following funding streams. Little I, $160,000 for arts and culture. 2, $1,700,000 for community well-being. 3, $140,000 for environment, green city. 4, $140,000 for recreation, and we renumber the remaining recommendations accordingly. So just to clarify on some of these points, we are allowing to open it up to programming and operations, and that I think is very important to our community that we allow and we can open it up to that. I think it's important to also note that this new process does make it more open and transparent, whereas before it was always done through the budget working process. So when we open it up and allow a lot of other nonprofits to apply for this grant, I think that gives ample opportunities. Time and time again, we've had many organizations who've received this funding for, I would say, 2 decades, and it's just never changed. And in my work as a counselor for the inner city, time and time again, when I've met with a lot of young nonprofit organizations that are up and coming, that are doing really great work in the community, that are innovative and can basically do great work with such little amount of money, they're always looking to the City of Winnipeg for a way to get some funding. And I've always said them, unfortunately, we have an operating grant that it's very difficult to get involved in, but now here we are at a juncture where we are leading the charge and changing the way we do our grant process so we can allow these nonprofit organizations to apply for it. Not just also within, the inner city and the downtown, but other areas of the city too that have high poverty needs. So I'm very, very supportive of that. I want to thank my council colleagues for supporting and allowing us to open it up and not be so restrictive. So that's a big bonus, and I want to commend that.
Also, thank you to Mr. Mayor for your leadership in committing to seeing if there is a possible way to bring funding back to the 2023 levels of the $3.4 million. We've outlined it here in the motion before us, and I look forward to having obviously further conversations on how we could allocate this money. That conversation is not over. So yeah, those are my supporting comments, and hope my council colleagues support that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, comments on the motion? Councillor Rollins?
The motion is, I think, greatly improved and responds to a lot of what we heard from community. In particular, the restriction against operational funding with the clauses 6(1)A and B as described by Councillor Santos, and the referral to the multi-year budget process as outlined by Kate Keller today and Steve that came into delegation. The only thing that I don't support is the B part, because I do prefer laying out the direction to administration and then having administration deliver the grant programming. So the motion has my support, save for Section 8.1, the new clause with that still has not one now that community, not all, but some community opposed, but now 2 councillors. I'll still vote for the motion because I think, generally speaking, you know, it would otherwise sort of just take more time to pull it out. But if we were voting clause by clause, which you know, I'm not suggesting we do, I would remove that.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, then, I'll call the question on the item. All in favor, aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item number 14, remote participation at council seminars for members of council, if I can say that right. Councillor Rollins.
So I've had a change of heart and mind with respect to this. Typically, you know, it has the majority of time added an extended democracy at council to allow for remote participation, not even just in during the pandemic, but since that time when we've had more experiment. I remain concerned about and I think, you know, you'll hear from other council colleagues that will be proposed. I remain, like them, concerned that we're seen at work, the City of Winnipeg. We have a number of challenges, and so whether it's the public service or it is councillors, I think it's really important that we're attending work and we're attending in person. There are times where travel time is prohibitive and you miss meetings. This is my week this week and for the whole month, in fact, where it's really incredibly difficult. But I have had a change of heart and mind, so I'm prepared to move that this CEO be directed to implement remote participation at council seminars for members of council.
Okay, thank you. That's the motion then. Councillor Duncan.
I won't be supporting the motion here today. To Councillor Rollins' point, I think it's still important that leadership is present, and we are the leadership. We are the board of directors for the City of Winnipeg, and we need to be here as frequently as we can. And to that, I have never been denied access to any presentation or documents that I request from the City of Winnipeg senior administration. So if I can't make it to a meeting, they are more than amenable to provide that after the fact, and I appreciate that. And I don't think that that practice would change. So unfortunately, at this point in time, I'm going to keep coming to these meetings in person that I can make, and those that I can't, I will request the information. And if anything is not clear in that information, I'll set a follow-up with the departments. So appreciate the motion. However, I will not be supporting it.
You want to clarify,
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Rollins? You can close in a minute.
If I may close
What-
in
what do
1
we-
minute,
Okay, go ahead.
P&D Appeals met this week, and then we missed an important council seminar, and in comes Councillor Browati to provide us the presentation during the public hearing. So I wanted to give thanks and also evidence to support Councillor Duncan on the expeditious delivery of that presentation by our council colleague.
Okay, do we need a Barwadi clause in the motion, or no? Okay. Any other comments on this at all? No. Councillor Barwadi?
I'm kind of torn on this one myself as well. You know, my challenge has been, you know, sometimes with the confidentiality of meetings, when people are able to potentially participate remotely, things could be potentially recorded and shared, and you know, sometimes we're asking questions, you know, quite frankly, with the public service, and I'm a little bit concerned about, you know, having that additional recording tool. It scares me a little bit. That said, on the balance, I mean, I think we need to have a level of respect and trust with our colleagues. Even, I don't know if there's an opportunity. The language says that the Chief Administrative Officer will be directed to implement remote participation in council seminars for all members of council. I almost wonder if there should be a mechanism where if a councillor has broken the trust and confidentiality of council, that perhaps there is a tool where individual members of council could be excluded potentially. I'm thinking aloud here and I shouldn't be doing this, so I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to support Councillor Rollins' motion.
Okay, well, thank you very much, appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to, I too am going to support this just as a matter of, I really hope that for myself and all of council, we would be at as many meetings as possible. I'm only supporting it just as a just in case, just, you know, pull a shoot as needed kind of thing, where someone really needs to access a council seminar remotely because of other things that keep them from coming to the office. That's my preference. Of course, you know, the public doesn't understand. I'm the mayor. I don't control what council colleagues do. But just I hope that as a council, we will do all we can to be present for as many council seminars as possible, but notwithstanding that, I'll support the motion. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Councillor Duncan and Councillor Lukes are in opposition? Okay, thank you. Moving on to items, I think we can do items 15 through to 22. Councillor Rollins?
Yes, so moved. And I want to note item number 18 for the record, and this is lands bounded by Marion Street to the north. I do intend to move this omnibus fashion, but a lot of really good work here by the public service, by development groups here, but I want to point this one out. It's a change. It's a great change, and it's in some respects a long-awaited change in the St. Boniface ward. So with that note, so moved.
Okay. Thank you for highlighting item 18. So call the question then on items 15 through to 22. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item number 23, delegated authority for occasional liquor permits and extension of hours. Councillor Duncan.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So envision you're having an event in the community, and at that event there could be alcohol sold or later hours into the evening. You do have to do an application. Believe it or not, that application arrives before a community, that application is circulated via email for approval by your local area councillor as it pertains to that particular community committee. And then it appears before that particular community committee at a later date, typically after the event takes place for approval. Seems kind of odd to me. My colleagues on the Assiniboia Community Committee also questioned it on several occasions, and with the help from our senior committee clerk, Ms. Cowan, we came up with a solution that the city clerk would be given delegated authority with the relevant ward councillor to approve these types of requests and essentially not have these appear at our community committees. again, unless there's something that I'm missing here on why they have to appear at the community committee, other than publicizing an event that typically, again, has already happened, I'm not sure why we would do that, especially when it directly affects a particular ward for the most part. So that is the motion here before you today. Call question. Should there be no other questions, Mr. Mayor?
So I want to thank the Assiniboine Community Committee. I served as a city council for 8 years and always wondered why these occasional liquor permits came to community committee for a decision. And so this seems to, this will expedite the process, make things more realistic. And I think, you know, certainly the city clerk has the capacity to make a decision on these matters, especially with the long history of where we grant these permits. So with that, and with thanks to the Assiniboine Community Committee, all in favor, aye. Opposed, carried. Thank you very much. Item 24, Councillor Rollins, Human Rights Committee of Council 2023 Annual Workforce and Diversity Report.
Thank you. So the good work of the Equity Office that has been steadily invested in by last council, this council, really aligns the city's values, accountability, diversity, respect, trust, and transparency into reports that are reported up through council by the Human Rights Committee of Council, so they too can get a briefing on the governance model and for the diversity dashboard in essence. I want to just make sure we're moving this and forward, and note the work of, in particular, Diane Budel, who took the lion's share of media when the report sort of became public, and we have more to do. So, so moved.
Okay, Councillor Lukes.
Yeah, I just want to comment on this report. I mean, you know, we all know that the southwest quadrant of the Waverly West Ward in Winnipeg here has grown tremendously through immigration, and I'm not overly crazy about this report, actually. I find it kind of disappointing, actually, and I don't, you know, I just want to put that on the record that I find this report disappointing. In what way? Just that we're not, I don't think we're increasing the diversity like we should be in a lot of areas. And I'll leave it at that.
It's a fair
Okay,
statement.
concur that there's more work to do for sure. I'll call the question on the item then. All in favor, aye. Opposed, carried with comments noted. Entertain a motion then to suspend the rules to hear new business. Councillor Brawadi moves. All in favor, aye. Opposed, carried. I think Councillor Rollins has a new motion.
I do. With respect to item 5, I think we're not there yet, sorry.
No, this is a new motion. I think it's related to land dedication reserve. Is that where this is
Yes.
coming, Madam Clerk?
Yes. So this motion is to direct the public service to report back in October at the Standing Policy Committee on Property Development on the general implications, and specifically the implications to cash in lieu of land dedication fees if the city amends the zoning bylaw to permit increased residential density as of right. Council colleagues will remember that we're committed in Property and Development Standing Policy Committee to include rezoning that creates more as-of-right development opportunities, and that it is also true that councillors, in looking at that, have raised concerns about the impact of the zoning bylaw changes that further as-of-right development on land dedication reserve that is really used to fund parks and more community work associated with each of our wards. It's a very important funding structure in the city of Winnipeg, in particular to local ward residents and groups. So the department has been working to consider the application history and the historical context and the impacts on zoning bylaw changes to each and every ward budget when it comes to land dedication reserve. So this would just provide a briefing and a report back in October to the Standing Policy Committee, and if this is successful as a motion today, I'll be emailing all of council to let them make sure that they know that it's coming up, because quite a few councillors have mentioned that this is of interest, and so let's make sure that work is really transparent and on the agenda. And special thanks to Gord Chappelle, because he and the staff there are the ones that have been looking at it. So moved.
Moved. Okay. Thank you for this motion. Any questions, comments? Okay, I'll call the question then. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on then to the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Water, Waste, and Environment, dated September 9th, 2024. The committee's new chair, Councillor Duncan. I'll turn to you to move these items, 4 items, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before I move these, I just want to, again, thank the department for their work with me here in the first few months. It's been very helpful, obviously. This is a complex file with several different moving parts, so thank you very much to the department, and thank you to Councillor Mays for his service as the chair of Water, Waste, and the Environment. And with that, I will move items 1 through 4.
It's been moved. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to the report of Standing Policy Committee on Community Services, dated September 10th, 2024. Before Councillor Santos moves this report, I believe on item number 1, there's a request to have the director, I think Director Cindy Fernandez is here, maybe to have her come forward and provide some additional information. I think some questions that we may have related to item number 1, the annual fee waivers. While she's coming, can we move to item number 2? Would you like to move item number 2, Councillor Santos?
Sure, so moved.
Okay, any questions, comments on item 2? All right, all those in favor of item 2, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, carried. Thank you. Back to item number 1, annual fee waivers, recreational leisure, and library fees and charges policy LW-009. Councillor Santos, would you like to introduce it? And go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, so this is the annual fee waiver, recreation, leisure, and library fees and charges policy. I believe a couple of years ago we had updated it to allow some more openness and transparency with respect to fee waivers that were exceeding $5,000. And so that this is the first time we're seeing this report publicly. Also, there was a recommendation here that the Director of Community Services approve fee rental waiver to groups and organizations that meet policy criteria beyond the period of 1 year throughout 2024 and 2025. I think there was discussions with my council colleague, Councillor Lukes, who had mentioned that instead of just holding it to 2024 and 2025, we would just roll over every year. And so we're just seeking some clarity on the reason behind why we were just doing it for 2024 and 2025.
So.
And
just-
welcome. Thank you for being here.
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. Cindy Fernandez, the Director of Community Services here. So, yeah, when we updated the policy, we inadvertently made a recommendation that was agreed by council to give me delegated authority to only approve for 1 year. So when we are now this very first report, making it very open and transparent as to who is using our facilities and the value that they're waiving, we realized that this was an inadvertent error, I guess, on our part. So we can do, I guess, one of two things. I wasn't quite ready yet to make a recommendation of what we can do moving forward, so that's why the current wording says just provide me with authority for 24 and 25, and then next year when we come forward with the next annual report, that I would come forward then with a a better recommendation of how we can deal with these long-term users of our facilities. So the alternative to that is that if you are willing and able, we can amend the policy just to provide delegated authority to me for an indefinite timeline so that it's not just restricted to 1 year. Does that make it, is that clear?
That's clear.
Error?
In the policy, we wrote, in the fees and charges policy that was updated, only allows me to have authority for 1 year to waive users of our facilities, in our facilities. So after 1 year then, I don't have the authority to waive it.
Oh, I see, okay. And how do groups know about this? How do they know that this is available? Like, have we publicly, do we tell them this, or is there some statement on the website, or?
Yeah, it's available on the website.
So it's just on the website, there's no other communication to groups or anything? I just find a lot of, let's say, new Canadians don't necessarily, finding something on the website's like.
Right.
a big
It's also
challenge.
in our leisure guide, in the leisure guide where we have our fee subsidy program information and application. There's a section in there also for the use of facilities that we would consider for fee waivers as well. Plus anybody that's coming into our facilities, like the staff that are currently working at our City of Winnipeg facilities, can certainly share and offer that information if people come in with questions.
Okay, I'm fine with the way it is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate the
Okay.
clarity. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
With that, call the question then on the item. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Probably our next Standing Policy Committee is Standing Policy Committee on Public Works, dated September 12th, 2024. Councillor Lukes, the 5 items there.
Sure, so I'd like to speak to items 1 and 4. So I'll move 2, 3, and, did you want to speak to 5?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll move items 2 and 3.
All in favor of 2 and 3? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Item number 1, North
Okay.
Garage Replacement Project Budget Status.
So I just want to speak to this because I want to put it on the record, and if there's others that would like to participate in the conversation, that would be great. This is in regards to the transit garage. This was a very, very difficult report that came forward. The Public Works Committee had a lot of conversation on it, and we determined at this point in time that we would support recommendation C. And we've asked the department to come back in January with a revised plan on what 200 million would allow. So recommendation C was to keep within the budget that we have. So I am pretty confident on the committee, no one wanted to do this. We wanted to just go gung-ho and build this beautiful deluxe garage, but, we've got a lot of constraints. The Public Works Committee and all of council has been supporting transit with many, many transit investments over the last few years, incredible investments. We discussed the risks presented by the department if we did a scope reduction, because it was from a Class 5 to a Class 3, requiring more funding. Essentially, in today's dollar, it would be a scope reduction. But we also discussed the larger risks that were out there if we proceeded. So, and I want to remind the residents, and we all know this, that the City of Winnipeg has experienced a $200 million impact on COVID, because of COVID on our finances. And as a result of that, the $200 million impact has had a very significant factor in a lot of what we're doing. I mean, COVID's over, but we've got the after effects still. So the $200 million impact has impacted our fiscal stabilization fund. It has also drained and impacted what our ability for carrying debt has been. We're at $150 million for a debt ceiling, which, and I'm only going to really speak about the Public Works perspective on this, projects that are on the docket or projects that are coming forward in reports. We're soon going to be hearing about the cost of the Arlington Bridge replacement. The St. James Bridge is in dire need of repair.
Route 90 is in dire need of repair regardless of any additional upgrades. And of course, this is a public works, but our number one priority is to fund the sewer treatment plant, which we're short $500 million. What was it in finance yesterday? Were you there? $600 or $700 million, way more than we have in our debt ability. So even though we requested the department to stay within the $200 million price tag, we do have a lot of optimism, and I want to talk about some of the optimism that we have here. We know that the federal government is looking at a long-term transit plan that may include operating. You know, we're approaching an election, and we're still optimistic, though. Winnipeg is not alone in our transit struggles. The Canadian Urban Transit Association, or CUTA, is sounding the alarm that the public transit systems in Canada's major cities are in dire straits. Transit in every city is heavily subsidized, and transit fares do not cover the operating costs of transit, let alone the infrastructure costs. In our $200 million that we've received, a great percentage of that is provincial and federal funding. So we are optimistic that the federal government understands that cities require transit and that they're very challenging to fund. In a recent report published in May, which we discussed at the Public Works Committee, Leading Mobility Canada indicated the $120 billion in expansions planned for Canadian transit systems won't help cities that are struggling to keep the buses and trains running at current levels. So again, we're optimistic the federal government, because cities are facing this challenge across the board related to transit, may come through with some funding. We also know that the current provincial government understands the significance of transit to Winnipeggers. We know that they have a high appreciation for transit and the benefits that transit has on our economy and for the quality of life for people. Now, we've also all heard, these are optimistic points, that through efforts by all cities across Canada, that the funding model in our partnerships with the provincial and federal government is outdated and requires much work. And again, more optimism. In the recent provincial budget, it was noted that the province recognizes this also. So with all that being said, we're in a challenging position. Transit itself, regardless what our debt ceiling is a challenging operating position, and every city in Canada has been impacted by COVID. So we made the very difficult decision to stay within the $200 million. We said to transit staff, go back, come in January, revise, give us a revised version of what you can build for $200 million. We've acquired the land. It's a great site. We're doing upgrades to the fields. They've got some decontamination initiatives that need to occur. We know we have I'll call it the north garage. We still have that property. We still have that building that's still standing. So we've asked transit to go away and come back in January with some more options. It's not what the committee really wanted to do, but we have to realize the bigger risk if we proceeded with one of the recommendations, and that's where we landed. You know, I know a lot of people in the city are upset about this. They're honing in on this. I'm asking them that they read more than the headline, read and try and understand the bigger picture of where the city's at with these big infrastructure projects that we have. So it's a challenge. This is the decision we made. We'll see what happens in January. We've got optimism with the federal and the provincial governments, and that's where we landed.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Wallins?
I have a lot of transit advocates in the ward I represent, and I agree with the summation of Councillor Lukes. And I agree with, moreover, some of the gritting and gnashing of teeth that cities like ours, and we're not alone, have to do given the budget shortfalls in transit, generally speaking, and Councillor Luke's did an excellent job of contrasting it with what we know is a problem in the operational budget, which has been reported in line with other cities. Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Toronto, Montreal, Halifax, all are reporting, like us, shortfalls. And like us, they are concerned about operations just not being addressed and new streams not being identified or not coming on time. We know that during the pandemic, we were the only jurisdiction, the only big city outside of New Brunswick to remarkably not have a province come and support us in addition to the flow-through cash that the federal government was offering. That put us, in my opinion, more behind other cities in Canada, other than New Brunswick, at a critical time for transit. Taken together with the North Garage replacement and sequencing, there is reason for hope. Sequencing because, you know, electrification of buses and bus delivery can be delayed. Sequencing because we do have some federal mechanisms that are being signaled now. However, the delays between the delays in approval for our ISIP and the impacts of COVID, we're not alone in sounding the alarm on transit. In fact, we're in really great company. And so something has to give. And frankly, taken together with other challenges in the city, I actually think that this report doesn't go far enough in really putting the full picture of the transit shortfall in view. And I don't think, given how tight we are fiscally, that we should have reports anymore that are just concentrating on one-off projects in isolation of, in isolation of, even in this context, the shortfall we are experiencing across every ISIP project and the inflation across every ISIP project. So good work by committee. I would even occupy a space that they may not go far enough because in the option that they chose, there are other permutations and options that could be explored. That still stays with committee, so no doubt they will continue that discussion. But I don't think we can afford you know, to have reports, and I believe it was a point-in-time report, but I don't believe we should have reports anymore that deals with these ISIP projects in isolation of, and without the context of the overall operational shortfall, the capital shortfall, and in particular, the pressures we are under ISIP. And nobody comes to address those but us. So for those reasons, I'll support today the recommendation from the Standing Policy Committee with thanks. But to the public service, if I may, Mr. Mayor, through the CAO, Council is directing the reduction of scope, and that is suggestive of, to me, another paper, and including consideration of sequencing, other assets, the bus maintenance operations, and a report back, whether verbal or what have you, on the jumping off point in consideration of the direction of option 3. So I think there's more work to be done, including looking at how they intend to leverage other source budgets, and I'll, if they would like to call me, I'm happy to answer the phone. But the what's captured here is only the direct costs and external debt, as opposed to, you know, hearing from council, option 3 is the way to go, and then creating a report based on that and creating some framing based on that. So I'm still interested in that future work.
Thank you to both of my colleagues. Couldn't have said it better myself, that related to the unfortunate need at this point to go with option 3. Appreciate Councillor Lukes, the way you laid everything out there. Councillor Rollins, appreciate your comments as well. As we'll deal with the report or the recommendation from the Standing Committee as is. As to the future discussions you lay out, you're not incorrect. I think those need to happen as well. We won't deal with those today, but you're right. I think there are discussions required for a future consideration. So, Councillor Bawadi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will be supporting the committee's recommendation as well. I just want to put on the record, I want to again thank the federal government for the ISIP Transit Fund that's helping to fund this project. The former Conservative government for allocating this project as one of the projects to be funded. I also especially want to thank the Association of Manitoba Municipalities. We were getting very late in the allotment of the ISIP fund, and AMM maintained that the transit fund should stay the transit fund and not fall out of the transit fund and perhaps go to other municipalities. That was a very serious risk at one point. So again, the fact that a large portion of this is coming from the federal ISIP transit fund, I'd like to thank AMM for that. Again, I'm a big supporter of transit. I think I've got my credentials up there now. I very, no. I appreciate that this is not the transit garage that we all desire and think we need and you know, we do need for a modern transit system. But it's going to make a big difference. It's a big step. It's a big piece. In terms of what we get back in January of 2025, I'd like to suggest to transit that we consider keeping all or part of the Main Street facility operational for a period of time. I mean, as it is at the moment, that garage only operates during weekdays. During the weekend, it's shut down. Winnipeg Transit used to have a third garage on Route 90 near Ness. It's now a U-Haul facility of some sort. One of the model, again, it's not operationally perhaps their desired option. It's not a long-term scenario, but if there's more transit funding coming in the future, we build, you know, a piece now, make it modular, and add on the next piece that we need in the future. We've got the land. Let's plan to build the garage that we need. Let's do it in phases potentially, and continue perhaps to use part of the Main Street facility until such time as we've got the full new Route 90 facility up and going. So I will be supporting this today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bawadi, for your comments as well. I'm going to have more comments on this, but I'll save mine for council. Okay. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item number 4. Updating the Transportation Standards Manual and Design of Streets. Councillor Lukes.
Right. I just wanted to bring this one up because this was a motion, actually, Mr. Mayor, that you and I made back in 2020. And just let me get it in front of me here. So what this is, and the motion at the time was to hopefully get it into the development agreement parameters in this last update of the development agreement parameters. So it didn't make it, and rightly so. I understand the department's reasoning. What we had requested essentially is to, when we're designing new roads, to design them so that we don't have to go back and add on traffic calming, design around schools, that we do a more, proactive approach to our road design. So what that involves, though, it does involve a lot of public consultation with the public, with developers, with the Trucking Association. So there is a fund that the city has in the Public Works Department. They take a percentage off projects and they put it to innovative studies and such. And they felt that this now qualifies. They have enough funding to do this. So this is a motion, or the report that came back said, look, we'd like to take some of that funding and use it and get a consultant to actually work on these new designs to go forward and do public consultation. Because the development agreement parameters that were approved in 2006 had street designs based on the late 1990s designing and engineering standard. Now, in many of the new developments, and the ones that I've been doing, Bison Run, for one as an example, we are applying some different design elements to our streets around schools for traffic calming and such. So that essentially is what this is. This is I think it's a good news story. We've got 30 million set aside for traffic calming initiatives for the next 6 years, or road safety initiatives for the next 6 years. But wouldn't it be nice to say, all the roads that we design going forward don't need that, we can just focus on our older design roads. So that essentially is what this report is, and I just wanted to draw your attention to it.
Thank you very much, Councilor Lukes, for this. All in favor, aye. Opposed, carried. Thank you. Item number 5, traffic study on Wilkes Avenue. Councilor Lukes, I think perhaps Councilor Duncan wants to speak to this item.
Yeah, this is ongoing. I think we've made some good progress on this one. This has been, I don't know, 8 years in the process that I've been here, but if you'd like to speak to it.
Yes, Councilor Duncan?
Thank you very much. Yes, good progress is a great way to describe this. I'd like to thank the public service for working with myself and the residents on this major safety concern of Wilkes Avenue and how the area has grown and evolved over time. Wilkes was once a dirt road that traveled the CN line east to west, linked up with Route 90 from the perimeter. There was very little traffic on it at one point in time. You can actually experience that if you drive far enough west past into Headingley, where it is still a dirt road. But now we have the Ridgewood development. We have the Seasons of Tuxedo, not only the second busiest tourism attraction in Winnipeg with the Seasons of Tuxedo Mall, but also a great deal of growth in the Seasons of Tuxedo area along the north and south side of the corridor that is Sterling Lion. And more to come as we continue to approve developments in that area. And safety has been a great concern with the increase not only in vehicular traffic of cars and SUVs, but also in heavy truck traffic that's now cutting from the perimeter down Wilkes, which is a truck route, to Route 90 to get to their destination, whether it be north or south. In particular, the area of Elmhurst was the topic of concern, and Charleswood Road. The public service has committed to a controlled intersection at Charleswood Road in 2025, which is good news for the residents of Ridgewood West as that community nears completion and will continue to expand into Ridgewood South. But the focus continues to come back to Elmhurst and Wilkes, which is a really tough intersection to work with. I thank Councillor Dobson, Councillor Lukes, the councillors of the Public Works Committee, Sharma, Chambers, and Wyatt for their support on this. This is nothing new, and Councillor Gillingham heard it, and I appreciate your support now as mayor for this. 2017, they looked at a realignment. I think that we can all admit that that was not handled in the best way possible. I don't look to revisit that. Lessons learned from that. However, after that, there was direction that the public service not to engage in any other infrastructure planning until a precinct plan for Wilkes South was set in place. So everything on Wilkes has been frozen in time except for the increase in traffic. So now 2019 rolls around and my predecessor had a traffic study done there that revealed that it would be in 2019 $2.5 million investment alone in the intersection of Elmhurst and Wilkes, which would not solve the problem as there were still real estate acquisitions to be had, hydro towers to deal with, the CN rail line, which is not moving anywhere in the near future, and of course what I remarked at Public Works as being something that Charleswood is quite famous for, the ditches. So we're talking about not little swales alongside the road, but 8-foot ditches that are treacherous in the winter or any time of year with the wildlife that travels north-south through that corridor. Unfortunately, in 2021, this ask was not approved in the budget process, and it came to my time in office, 2024, holding a community forum. Again, thank you, Councillor Lukes, as Chair of Public Works and Deputy Mayor, attending that. It was well-attended, not to exaggerate the numbers, but nearly 200 people came out to hear it and overwhelmingly wanted a speed reduction. That went back to with the public service, and unfortunately, the recommendation that came forward potentially could have made it even more confusing than it already is, with seeing Sterling Lyon through Wilkes being 80 and then a small segment of 500 meters being 70 and then 80 again. I just didn't feel comfortable in advocating for that, so looking to an amendment to this recommendation of the public service to see the speed from Route 90 to approximately Fairmont on Wilkes be 70 and then 80 from Fairmont to the Perimeter Highway, with an additional clause of the entirety of Wilkes being marked as not being able to pass for vehicular traffic along there as well. And then in further discussion with Councillor Lukes and my council colleagues, to look at, although the public service is restricted with what they do with Wilkes, the William Clement Parkway extension, and Wilkes South, to look at that section of road between Ridgewood and Wilkes that is intended for the extension of the William Clement Parkway, and why that piece of land that is owned, maintained by the City of Winnipeg and fully intended for a roadway, why that cannot be looked at as a potential for a safe crossing at Wilkes. And then that would facilitate the closing of unsafe crossings at Elmhurst and Fairmont. So that is what came. Thank you to the Public Works Committee for supporting that the public service be directed to report back to the Standing Policy Committee and Public Works in March of 2025 with the scope and budget for a study on the installation of a temporary road connecting Ridgewood and Wilkes between Oakdale and Haney Street, including a controlled intersection at Wilkes Avenue in anticipation of the William Clement Parkway, and in order to facilitate the closure of both Elmhurst and Fairmont at Wilkes, with one consideration, and this is the biggest ask that will come down the road. I am not oblivious to the fact or naive to the fact that the dollars are not there right now for the extension of the Clement Parkway at Grant to Wilkes and beyond to open up those Wilkes Southlands. I'm not naive to that. However, I'm not asking for any type of grade separation to happen at Wilkes. That is huge dollars, that it has several intricacies involved with CN operating and owning that land at the rail. So again, I thank Public Works Committee, I thank the Assiniboia Committee for the support, and I look for the support from this committee and from Council as a whole to move this forward and continue that conversation so that we can increase road safety in Charleswood, Tuxedo, Westwood, and Winnipeg as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Appreciate your effort on this. You are, for me, the third councillor to the area I've had the chance to serve with, and each one of them has tackled this intersection because it is a safety issue. Councillor Boitty's counting up to beyond that, right? He's probably 4 or 5. So, but in all seriousness, this is it absolutely, of course, it's no laughing matter. It is a safety concern at this intersection and along Wilkes, and so I'm certainly glad. I think we are all glad to support you in your good efforts here at trying to find a workable solution that ensures that motorists, pedestrians, the residents of Charleswood, Tuxedo, Westwood, and others who travel these roads can do so in a safer manner and alleviate some of the concerns that have been expressed for years about this intersection and that stretch of Wilkes Avenue. I think you were going to add something else at all? Is it that? Okay. Okay, without a call to question, all those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Moving on now to the addendum report for the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development dated September 13th, 2024. There are 16 items on this, I believe. Is there an amending report on amending item?
And so,
amending
Mr.
motion
Mayor,
on 16?
I do wish to move item, all of the items save for item number 5 and 16, and I'll look meaningfully into the clerk's eyes, and because there are 2 amending motions, one on item number 5 of the development procedures bylaw amendments, and one on item 16, the amendments to the real estate policy frameworks in affordable housing.
Unless anyone has, thank you, unless anyone has comments on items 1 to 4, 6 to 15. Any comments, questions on those items? 1 to 4, 6 to 15? Other than that, okay, I will call the question on those items. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item number 5, development procedures bylaw amendments. And I believe, Councillor Rollins, you do have an amending motion related to this item?
Yes, I do. First and foremost, we're here because we're making some generational changes to the Winnipeg zoning bylaw in incremental ways, in a phased approach. And this Winnipeg zoning bylaw comes to us via some motions that council did in accepting the Housing Accelerator Fund. And in particular, when council was interested in making sure that council was the hearing body. And so to get us ready for that, we're here. Property and Development Standing Policy Committee looked at some of the things that are required, but in looking at the motion, some of the intention needs to be fixed. So item 1 pertained to council enacting a bylaw to amend development procedures bylaw to designate council as the hearing body in line with council's expectations following from the motion in November 2023. That accepted the Housing Accelerator Fund application as amended, as an amendment to the secondary plan, to require that applications are the same or substantially similar to a development application that was rejected in previous year be subject to a public hearing at community committee. And that was a bit of a cleanup given some of the concerns of council that we did within this motion to delete pre-application process for development applications, which was following a motion to expedite housing and units, to clarify that city-initiated development applications can be made for various matters such as text amendments to the zoning bylaw, and to authorize the director to set submission requirements for city-initiated development applications that are different from the submission requirements for development applications. So all of that, fine. Sorry, my computer is moving along here. So property and development considered the report, and then we listed items 1A, B, C, D, and E, and that fell all under the bylaw amendments to the development procedures that were necessary to designate council as the hearing body, to require those applications, to delete pre-apps, and to clarify city-initiated development applications, and to authorize the director to set some submission requirements. What is changing today is the F and G part. In committee, typically committees of council are the designated hearing body in respect to a public hearing or a combined hearing. So property and development, of course, has a rich panoply of meetings. This month, for instance, we're both the appeal committee for P&D, as always, and we're also the appeal rotation standing policy committee. Less typical is that council is designated as the hearing body, which council wanted to do with respect to the Housing Accelerator Fund. So this motion is just to clarify that part, and that should be a new recommendation number 2, because it doesn't fall under the development procedures. It's just a clarification that where council is designated as the hearing body in respect to a public hearing or combined hearing, that council shall follow the established practices and procedures that we have following all other hearing bodies, including community committees, for instance, and the Executive Policy Committee that we just had a public hearing at the start of this meeting. The Standing Policy Committee also considered that given the amount of delegations we may hear from when we do sit as a council, sometimes they are larger, that we would consider a new practice. Typically, we hear from people for 10 minutes, and that we would hear from people for 5 minutes. This is in line with other cities. As a matter of fact, the great majority of cities across North America, in fact, that hear from people between 3 to 5 minutes. And so while we're very used to, as councillors, hearing people for 10 minutes, and we love that part of our democracy. We've also heard from people that it is very hard to sit in the gallery and listen when you have a job or children to pick up. That is also frequency. So that is being weighed in terms of our commitment to democracy. But those established practices and procedures, council knows well, and so this was always meant to be new recommendations, and so it's a bit of an edit here on the motion number 5 in changing deleting recommendations 1F and 1G and making them net new recommendations number 2, 3, and then renumbered accordingly with the proper officers of the city to be authorized to do all things. So that's moved, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize for my lengthy explanation.
Okay, thank you for the amending motion. Any other comments, questions on it? Okay, with that, I'll call the question on the item as amended. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 16, amendments to the real estate policy framework in support of affordable housing.
So there are many things we're doing in support of the affordable housing, and we have amended real estate policy framework a few times, and this is one more time. And this is again a bit of an edit to delete recommendation 1A that reads the chief administration officer be delegated the authority to declare a city-owned land surplus that is intended for affordable housing subject to the circulation requirements set out in the declaration of surplus and sale of property policy, and then adds specifically the following addresses to that: 825 Taché Avenue, 0 Cal Gardner Drive, 795 William Avenue, 395 Pacific Avenue, 425 Osborne Street, 1350 Pembina Highway, 545569 Watt Street, and 22 Granite Way. It's also in recommendation 1B and 1C to delete the word city-owned land and replace with the properties identified in recommendation 1A. And then in recommendation 1F, delete the words remain active until and replace with shall expire on. The motion is still the same, following multiple decisions of council, following both the November 22 motion that all of council voted on, and Mayor and I put forward on housing, and in particular housing for social and affordable housing that the mayor ran on, and following the Housing Accelerator Fund application that proposed the creation of Land Enhancement Office, whose purpose is to bring city-owned land to the market for the creation of affordable housing, and that Richard Mahe has been running at the speed of affordable housing that we need to get out the door with haste, and I want to thank him for all of his work, and Gord Chappelle and Mark Pité and Hazel Boris, as always, so moved with amendments.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate, again, I won't echo everything you've said because I think you've covered it well. Again, thanks to the entire staff, all the public service who in any way have been involved in this. This has been a while coming. Our staff has been working at identifying these properties. The intention here is housing, affordable housing specifically. Let's get these properties made ready, available to be, to house people, so people have places to live in a time such as this. So thank you for this amending motion as well, and to our staff. So I'll call the question on the item as amended. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, carried. Councillor Bawadi with the addendum report of the Standing Policy Committee on Finance and Economic Development dated September 16th, 2024. The one item, Center Venture Development Corp. Drive for 2022 annual report.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the Standing Committee recommendation.
All those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, carried. Thank you. I want to thank everyone for their work, our staff and clerks, department, delegations, all those who participated today. Thank you very much, and I will turn to Councillor Duncan for consent agenda and adjournment. All those in favor? Aye. And before we said good luck to the Gold Eyes tonight, it's going to do or die, but they can do it. We are adjourned.